So yeah, we got to Nashville, and I don't know if you've ever spent 6 hours in a soccer stadium, but it's actually pretty fun.
Well, so
Um,
who'd you see play? It was Nashville
so
and
so it was actually the She Believes Cup. So it was the first game we
okay.
saw was Colombia versus Canada, and then we watched the United States play Argentina.
Okay.
It was a doubleheader. Both games played at the stadium, and yeah, it was really good. The stadium is wonderful. It's like really, really well built and designed. It's a great time in there. I really didn't think that I could spend 6 hours at a soccer stadium, and I like barely noticed that I had been there for that long
That's
until the
awesome.
very, very end of the game. As the sun went down, the sun was kind of poking through one area of the stadium, and it was just shining on the
Yeah,
right
yeah.
side of my face. So I got a little pink on the right side of my
Yeah,
face.
yeah, just like the one-sided
You're like a
sunburn.
trucker where like half
Yes.
where like
Yes.
one side of your face is just destroyed.
Yes, absolutely.
Hell
But
yeah.
the no, the games both were they were interesting at the very least is what I would say. The Canada Colombia game, the Colombian keeper was just, man, she was shakier than someone jonesing. Just every ball in that the Canadians put into the box was just like, oh man, is that about to be a goal? Sometimes it wasn't, but four times it was. So
4 times. What was the end score on that one?
4-1. Yeah, Canada just like really had it sealed the whole time. They did score a really, really good free kick goal. Just
Nice.
straight from and then just popped it in. I don't even think the keeper could have done much about it, even if she wasn't not very good. But I mean, yeah, it was a perfect upper 90 type situation. It's really good. And then for the U.S. When they played Argentina, it was a situation where the U.S. was just like a clearly better team like the whole time, and it sort of felt like they were playing with their food the whole game. They only won 2-0.
This is interesting here, just because with men's soccer, isn't this totally the other way around, right? Isn't Argentina like one of the best
Yes.
national teams in men's
Yeah.
soccer? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and the U.S. women could basically not start their starters and still expect to win almost any game they play. Like
They're
against
incredible.
against anyone. They're like they could do the second choice for every position and they would still be better than almost anyone in the world. They're
Wow.
really, really good. So yeah, it kind of felt like they were playing with their food for most of the game. Lindsay, okay, her name is Heaps now. So I keep wanting to call her Lindsay Horan, but Lindsay Heaps. She scored this really wonderful, not quite solo effort. It was assisted, but she basically like popped the ball up and then rocked it into the goal from outside the box. It was really nice. And then, oh my gosh, I'm forgetting her name right now, and I feel really stupid and bad. But it's the one I shared in the Discord. That goal. Kim is getting to a point where like she's watched enough soccer now. She knows when cool things are about to happen.
Yeah,
And so
yeah.
like she saw this and like pulled her phone out and was like, something cool is about to happen. I know. And she took this video of it. She took this video of it, and it was a really, really good goal. Nice, nice little layoff from Heaps to. I feel really bad that I cannot remember this woman's name right now. I gotta look it up. But she took a couple of steps, kind of opened up, and then just whipped the shot. Far netting, really, really good. But then, kind of on the other direction, Argentina, I think, sort of realized that like they just weren't good enough to run with the United States, and they played dirty as shit.
Oh,
Like
no.
That's the
whole
worst
game.
kind of game.
The second goal scorer again. I got 5.
They should have subbed on Lionel Messi.
It was okay. It's Jaden Shaw was her name. Her name is Jaden Shaw. So there was a moment where an Argentine player just pulled her hair.
Oh, geez.
Oh
She got
my God.
she got beat and she just pulled her hair.
Oh, Oh man.
And
Dude, that should be a red.
well, it was about to be a fight.
It was about to be a few reds.
Yeah.
I feel like if you pull a player's hair, that's it. Like you're done.
Yeah.
You're done for the game.
And so pulled her hair, and then also another thing that happened kind of late in the game, and I was a little surprised at how Emma Hayes handled this. So basically, Trinity Rodman came on in the second half. She wasn't a starter; she came on in the second half, and she was doing good. There was some interesting stuff happening. The United States was kind of taking advantage of the space that Trinity could take up on the right wing, just kind of letting her run and spreading Argentina out a little bit more, because Argentina was really packing the middle of the field for the early part of the game. But as soon as Trinity came on, it was like, oh, okay, well, we have to take that into consideration. Like, maybe one of the best players in the world is now over here. We have to like take care of that. And so it's like 89th minute or so, and an Argentine player fouled her and then just like sort of ran over her back and kneed her in the back really hard.
Jesus Christ.
And like all of that is like, she got a yellow card for this, you know, whatever. All of that sounds fine from a refereeing standpoint, but when you know Trinity Rodman's like playing history and injury history, this is actually like really evil.
It was like targeted.
Trinity has had multiple back injuries and is like scared that if she gets another one, she won't be able to play again. She was down for treatment. You know, the physios came on, and Emma Hayes just let the clock run out. The U.S. played with 10 for the rest of the game. I'm not sure if that was Emma sort of saying like, well, you're not going to beat us.
Yeah.
Even if we only have 10, you're not going to beat us. So, like, whatever, we'll do it.
Sure. Yeah.
Or if it was just like, there's no point in subbing someone on for Trinity. I don't know. But I did think it was a pretty crappy thing for that Argentine player to do. You have to know that Trinity Rodman has hurt her back, and it would be shitty to hit her in the back. But anyway, it was a good game. Then we went back to where we were staying, and Kim and I were like, let's just kind of go out, have a fun little time. And we went to, there was this bar. Kim found a bar. My wife is the most amazing at just like searching the internet and finding the coolest places to go.
Yeah.
Anytime we're in any city. It's called the Inglewood Lounge.
Inglewood is cool, from what I can remember. It's probably totally different than I remember it.
Yeah, but it was a like part of like this cool, cute little neighborhood area. So they had like, I would almost liken it to a place like GT. Josiah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Or maybe like a Cooney's. These are bars in Des Moines for you, Jake. Sorry,
I figured.
So they had like nice cocktails, you know, whatever. But then they did have food, which we were not expecting when we went there. They did have food. I had a delightful tom naga. It's like a Thai soup. It was awesome, like a coconut curry soup. It was great. But we went there because we saw that they had a funk soul improv night, and it was supposed to start at 9. We got there at like 8, and we sort of like right when we got there, we were like, oh man, we're dumb. We got here way too early, because there were like, the place was like about a quarter full at that point. And we thought like, oh, we're going to seem really stupid just sitting here. Waiting for the music to start. But then it was like, when the music actually started, the place was packed.
Yeah.
Just completely packed. So we were like, oh, it's a good thing we got here when we did, actually. And the music was so good. It was so good. Yeah, man, the vibes in the joint were just perfect.
Yeah.
It's the kind of place where if I lived in that neighborhood, I would be at that bar too often.
Yeah.
Because it would just be fun to go and hang out there.
Oh, that sounds great.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
And I can confirm that the check from Inglewood Lounge has cashed our ad revenue.
Yeah. This
it does look
episode
cool. I'm looking at it right now.
sponsored by the Inglewood Lounge in Nashville. I've never been there, but the vibes sound immaculate.
Oh, they are awesome.
Well, Oh, last soccer thing. I do have to say I'm wearing a St. Pauli t-shirt, but the fucking
Nice.
Why is this background
They're so-
doing this?
They're so bad.
There we go. Yeah,
They're not great this season, but
it's
you know
fun.
what?
Kelly got me this for Christmas, and I love it.
Nice.
Anyway,
good job,
that's
Kelly.
awesome.
I do love me some St. Pauli. I think they're the team that has the toy train hot dogs.
Yeah. Dude,
Yeah.
if I ever get a chance to go to Germany, I think
I think
that's
that's
the
cool.
place I am going to.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well, speaking of Germany, though.
Wait. More like Fashville, am I right?
Oh my God.
That's right. We're doing the Fruitless Book Club. That's what we're doing right now. And I got an opening quote for you guys, if you guys are ready.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Wait, hold on. Okay, go.
Okay. It is by understanding how past fascisms worked, and not by checking the color of shirts or seeking echoes of the rhetoric of the national syndicalist dissidents of the opening of the 20th century, that we may be able to recognize it. The well-known warning signs, extreme nationalist propaganda and hate crimes, are important but insufficient. Knowing what we do about the fascist cycle, we can find more ominous warning signs in situations of political deadlock in the face of crisis, threatened conservatives looking for tougher allies, ready to give up due process and the rule of law, seeking mass support by nationalists and racialist demagoguery. Fascists are close to power when conservatives begin to borrow their techniques, appeal to their mobilizing passions, and try to co-opt the fascist following. Armed by historical knowledge, we may be able to distinguish today's ugly but isolated imitations with their shaved heads and swastika tattoos from authentic functional equivalents in the form of a mature fascist-conservative alliance. Forewarned, we may be able to detect the real thing when it comes along. Welcome to the Fruitless Book Club. And then the music plays. You are listening to the 8th installment of the Fruitless Book Club, a podcast within a podcast where we read all those nonfiction books we've been meaning to read. This is episode 82, The Anatomy of Fascism, where we discuss Robert O. Paxton's foundational work on what fascism is and how it comes to power. It was very intentional. I chose the quote that was about how do we identify it today, because I think that's going to be a theme in our...
We may be able to detect... I wish we were able to detect the real thing.
I do think...
No, it's not. Don't worry, it's fine. This thing that's killing you is all you need to know is it's not fascism.
It's not fascist.
Right. The leopards eating your face aren't in fact leopards.
That's right.
They're ocelots, okay?
They're cheetahs. They're different.
Well, oh
it's
man,
not quite the same.
I've been so excited for this Fruitless Book Club. This book was so good. I had such a good time rereading it.
He goes so hard.
He really does. He's not pulling punches. I mean, I think even right there in that quote, I think it's useful that he just very specifically goes, well, it's conservatives.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's not that conservatives are fascists, but that conservatives and fascists uniting is how they get to power. That's how fascists get in power.
That was really key because, as someone who was raised conservative, a big thing in conservative circles is how actually fascism is left
wing.
It's left wing.
Yeah, that's right.
They're socialists. National socialism. Yeah, that was a bit. No, it's a huge thing. Who was it? Was it the? It was
Jonah
the
Goldberg.
Atlantic guy. The National Review guy.
Liberal fascism. Yeah.
Liberal fascism with the smiley face. It's literally burned into my brain.
It's an iconic cover of a book. I will say it's
it
forever
really is.
burned in my head. Yeah.
They really cooked doing that one.
Yeah.
They really did.
Wish there was a better book in the pages behind that cover, but
that was always the thing growing up, and obviously I didn't think that going into reading this book, but it's really nice to be like, hey, here's a leading scholar of fascism directly telling you that this is all based on a fascist conservative alliance.
Yeah, well, and he identifies the stuff that like people who try to make the argument that fascism is left wing will point out. You know, we'll get into the history of syndicalism, for instance, and its weird relationship with the origins of fascism. But also, it's really not. Like, fascists are very much like, we're taking the parts of leftism we like, but we're declaring war on the left. And they say that as much. Yes.
Yeah. It is funny how one of the prominent syndicalists of our day is now well known for closely fraternizing with large
with a giant child sex trafficking ring. Is that what you're referring to? Yeah. Noam Chomsky, of course. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I was like, wait,
Chris had a confused look. Yeah.
Sorry.
He identifies as an anarcho-syndicalist. Yeah,
that's his big thing. Which, when he describes it, you're just like, wait, that's just democratic socialism with more steps.
That is how I feel about a lot of libertarian socialism. Not that I don't have an affinity for some of it, but it does always kind of feel like we could just have a state, though.
He's like, it's but here's the thing, it's not representative, it's federated. We send delegates to, and then I'm like, okay, so what are the delegates doing? Are they representing you?
There's no federal government. We just, each region sends a delegate that meets in a building, not a parliament, not a Congress.
Well, no, but you don't understand, because the people that are sending the delegates are companies. They're workers groups. So it's different.
Right. Yeah, I guess there's a little bit of it, but anyway, that's a different. That's a whole different conversation.
The Soviet Union with
that's a democratic Soviet. Yes.
You can just say Soviet.
This is me just.
What if I gesturing,
like, what are you talking about, bro?
Wait, what if I just this whole pod I just turned into like a huge like Stalin defender?
Well, he does. Stalinists don't come out looking great in this either.
No,
I will say.
Don't.
Well, that's why it would be funny. They don't. They don't. I did appreciate. We'll get to that. He does take the time to be like, actually, they're different. Don't worry. Like.
Yeah, he differentiates how their like dictatorships work differently. But a lot of the Stalinists also were kind of like contributing to the deadlock problem. As we'll get into. But anyway, we'll get into that. But before we get into it, let's lay some groundwork. So yes, this week we were talking about The Anatomy of Fascism by Robert O. Paxton. And I've got some really, really bloated notes here, guys. There are 58 pages. We're going to brush through them, though. You know what I mean? I did not,
like we always do.
We always,
this podcast.
Right? Well, but usually I like clean them up more than this. And last night, I just kind of was like, you know what? I either get sleep tonight or I make these notes perfect. And I decided sleep.
I've been there.
As someone who hasn't brought any notes to the table, I can't believe you would do that.
But before we get like properly into that, I got some background on Paxton really quick. So Paxton was born in Lexington, Virginia, in 1932. He got his bachelor's in history from Washington and Lee University in 1954, master's at Merton College in Oxford, and then PhD at Harvard in 1963. He got his start as a historian of Vichy France and essentially revolutionized that field. And if you want more on that, you could check out the last free episode, which Chris and I did on The Eye of Vichy, which was a movie that Paxton helped co-write. Very good.
Such a good movie. Highly recommend. Give yourself 2 hours to watch that movie. It's really good. Yeah,
absolutely. And it's kind of hard to find, so you might if DM me and I can procure it for you. But it's a really interesting movie. And like, I didn't, until we were doing that episode, realize how big of an impact he had on this. So prior to what's called the Paxtonian Revolution in Vichy France scholarship in the 70s, the consensus for a couple decades was that Vichy France, while technically collaborationist, was kind of bullied into collaborating, and that they had practiced a form of silent resistance.
Which is not true.
No, like... Paxton is the guy that went like, no, they collaborated and they liked doing it.
Yeah. They wanted to do it the whole time.
That's actually crazy because I vividly remember being taught about the French resistance government of Vichy France.
Really?
In school.
They were
yes.
killing resistance fighters. What?
I vividly remember, like, maybe it was like freshman year of high school or something like that. And we were doing world history, which went all the way through the Soviet Revolution. So, like, literally starting in ancient Egypt, or starting in Mesopotamia and going all the way through the Russian Revolution. And so I think the professor was probably just like, and then some stuff happened at Vichy France, and then he just like, look, you got to get through it all somehow.
The United States
that's a lot of
figured
stuff.
out a way to drop nuclear bombs. Things happened.
But I vividly remember that, and maybe a little bit in AP Euro too, because that was when he was describing Vichy France, and like I'd already had my opinion changed on that a little bit from previous reading, but when he was describing it, I was just like, damn, it's so weird that all my life, like all through schooling, I was taught about like the resistance in Vichy France.
Yeah. Those two are separate things, and even the resistance. Actually, another thing Paxton pissed off a bunch of people with was saying that the resistance didn't really get started until like toward the end of the war. And a lot of resistance fighters were mad at him for that because they liked the legacy of we were always there, we were always fighting. No.
And also the sort of idea that like actually De Gaulle was right about one thing, and that's it.
Yeah, he was right about every.
He was right about fight the Nazis, and that's it.
That movie was really interesting, in light of the Invention of Decolonization book as well, because Paxton is also an early guy to argue that De Gaulle inherited the apparatus that Vichy France had produced. So, like, he kind of inherited the Nazi state structure in some ways. So, anyway, but in the 90s, Paxton started to pivot to the subject of fascism broadly and kind of the political history of fascism. And he started off with a 1998 paper called The 5 Stages of Fascism, which would eventually get expanded into the book we are reading today in 2004. Outside of academia, according to his Wikipedia, he's an avid bird watcher. So that's nice. So let's dive into the book proper here. So if we're following the notes here, I've got this is the first header I got. Wait, so what is fascism? Let's do that. That is not as easy of a question as you'd think. This book really likes to establish it's not a fucking easy question.
Josiah, don't you know that fascism is whatever I don't like?
It is.
Thank you. I was about to
I knew that.
Anyone I don't like is a fascist.
That is kind of true.
Just like sine qua, like that is just how it is.
I mean, here's the thing. It just so happens that a lot of people that I don't like are fascists,
or their coalition part. They're often the conservatives who flirt with it.
Yes. I mean, it turns out that if I don't like you, you probably are a fascist. But
maybe I just have great politics. That's just me. I'm built different, but
can't be questioned.
So I think we do see how it's kind of a complicated question in the contemporaneous debate that I think is part of the reason I've been interested in revisiting this, because I think one of the things we're going to be talking about throughout this is whether or not Trump is a fascist, right? And a lot of people use this book to say Trump is not a fascist, which I don't know how you guys feel, but I left this with the exact opposite takeaway. I felt more certain than ever.
At the end, actually, I need to actually find the quote from the end where he's finding like it's time, we're defining fascism, and he reads it, and I'm just like he writes it out, and I'm just like,
check.
Yep. Yeah. It's really like, I mean, I think the only thing that you can kind of be ambiguous about is the degree that they are borrowing socialist language, but I think that's more a product of time and place. You know what I mean?
Yeah, potentially. I do also. I think that this book a little bit, and probably maybe Paxton's sort of academic career and trajectory. Like you could see that he saw this coming, right? So he wrote The 5 Stages of Fascism in 98. So that's in the aftermath of the moral majority, the Gingrich Revolution, all of that stuff, the Clinton impeachment, which, like, listen, man, I'm not about to defend Bill Clinton, but whatever. And then he writes this book. This book comes out in 2004. We are in the middle of the first Bush presidency. Sorry, the W. Bush. We're in the middle of his first presidency. Post 9/11, we have invaded Afghanistan and Iraq at this point, and he's running for re-election, and he's running on an explicitly anti-gay platform. They're trying to write, gay marriage statutes into various conservative states' constitutions. He was no longer a compassionate conservative at this point. He was an evil bag of dicks at this point.
Right.
And so then this book comes out. It feels like he was seeing it coming from a long ways off, and sort of like he put this book out and was like, hey guys, this is going badly. And then now we have it.
Well, and he does say in the final chapter that some of the pieces, but not all of the pieces, are kind of floating around in the war on terror rhetoric. He did kind of say that as much. So yeah. And okay. And with the actual question of whether Paxton thinks that, that Trump is a fascist, a lot of the people who, use this book to say he's not, I think are more in line with what Paxton's thought was prior to 2021, because the thing that I think always gets left out here is Paxton changed his mind. So Paxton did not believe Trump was a fascist during the first term. And I think he was right in that regard on certain ways. You know what I mean? Like, it just, the stuff wasn't there.
Oligarch.
Yeah, that's what I think he identified him as a plutocrat. He's like, it is, he's a corrupt plutocrat, whatever. And the thing that changed his mind was January 6th.
Yep.
Because he's like, okay,
which should have changed everyone's mind.
I think so.
About everything. And the way that was covered, I think was a huge mistake. And this is a thing that I've always had. I've always had disagreements and arguments with people I know who are journalists. Because they're like, well, we just have to cover things dispassionately. We can't, have a, but it's like, no, you're not actually you're doing everybody a disservice if you say that there's a disagreement about facts on whether or not the president literally tried to overthrow the government and install himself in a coup. That's just what happened. You get to choose the framing. You can just frame it from now on until the asshole dies as he tried to overthrow the Constitution.
Right.
You can just do that. That's how you can do this.
Yeah. And I mean, I think, and with the fascism question about that moment, a lot of people who hold on to this book as a case for, against Trump being a fascist will kind of dismiss Paxton writing that because he wrote it immediately after January 6th. And so it was an emotional response to a really cataclysmic event, which I'm sorry, he's just too old. Been an emotional response. He's too old and lived through too many cataclysmic events for me to take that seriously as a thing. But the other thing I would say is a lot of people try to be well, January 6th was, is a really incompetent coup. It barely worked or whatever. But as we'll get into, so was the March on Rome. The March on Rome is actually pretty fucking
It doesn't have to be competent for them to eventually win.
I was going to say, March on Rome, but I was also going to say,
the beer hall putsch.
Me writing about how the beer hall putsch was bad. Oh, this is probably just an emotional response.
Right.
Yeah, man. Everyone who thought that the March on Rome was slightly, maybe a bad sign. Oh, it's just an emotional response, because it was actually just this wimpy thing that didn't even go over well.
Barely worked. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, okay, so this is a question we're going to return to a bunch, but let's go back to the question. So what is fascism, right? Paxton kind of lays it out that fascism conjures up a lot of distinct images which deceive you into thinking it's easy to define. You've got the image of an all-powerful dictator, which Paxton considers the final triumph of fascist propagandists. That's what comes to mind when we think of fascism, mostly as a Hitler or a Mussolini, because it draws attention to the leader alone in analysis and overemphasizes their eccentricities and whatever. And then it serves as an alibi to nations that tolerated fascist leaders. It doesn't look at how they flourished where they did, On the other hand, you have images of chanting crowds often fed the assumption that some nations were predisposed to fascism, which Paxton also thinks is false. He doesn't think like one national culture is more equipped for it than others, you know?
That would just be racist.
Well, if you've ever read The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, Shire kind of goes that far. He's kind of like, it's the inherent nature of the German people, you know?
Just like very just like...
It's the Luther awesome. To Hitler thesis, is as it's often called. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Eddie Izzard here. Ein, zwei, build an empire, and then have a world war, and then they lose the fucking empire.
Liberals frame fascism as uneducated morons seizing control, right?
I mean,
many educated people supposed simply that a horde of barbarians had taken over the nation. Thomas Mann, in his diary in 1933, writes that he had witnessed a revolution like never before, without underlying ideas, against everything nobler, better, decent, against freedom, truth, and justice. The common scum had taken power, accompanied by vast rejoicing on the part of the masses. There's some
that's
truth.
So lib. It's so
lib. Like there's some truth to it on a certain level that I think like makes us laugh at it. But like ultimately it's an elitist mentality, right? It's like it's too much democracy is the problem with fascism, right?
Yeah. And also like let's be honest, Stephen Miller is evil, but he's not stupid.
No, there's lots of smart, educated fascists, unfortunately.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the bad. That's actually the bad thing, is that they're a little too good at it.
But we leftists don't escape our bad interpretations either. So we'll explain why this isn't the perfect interpretation. But the Marxist interpretation, which Paxton also takes issue with, is that fascism was the instrument of big bourgeoisie to fight against the proletariat when the legal means available to the state proved insufficient. There's a little bit of truth to it, but it doesn't go quite there. It doesn't explain the whole thing. Stalin's view was that fascism is the open, terroristic dictatorship of the most reactionary, most chauvinistic, and most imperialistic elements of finance capital. Again, though, there is more of a tension with business and fascism than the Marxist interpretation likes to act like. But it is cooperation. So they're right on that front.
Yeah. I think that's interesting that's the Marxist interpretation rather than the actions of and the outcome of capitalism is to inspire these reactions in the masses, and instead they sort of attribute it to the workings of the bourgeoisie. And I feel like it's weird that it doesn't go to instead something about how the burdens of I hate to say the contradictions of capitalism create material circumstances that can create this reaction under the correct circumstances.
Yeah, which I think Paxton's like take on this, despite being critical of Marxists frequently throughout this, I think he's still got a form of Marxism in his final takeaway here. But it's much more focused on specific individuals make specific decisions during crises of capitalism and crises of liberalism, that come out of those contradictions,
Because like the sort of traditional, I mean, this is oversimplified, but the sort of traditional Marxist take is that the wages of capitalism, of the system that we have will lead to a crisis in which the proletariat will rise up, and then we'll have a good socialism, a good communism, whatever. But I think Marx doesn't take into account that people could sort of in this crisis actually choose a different thing.
We'll come back to that.
What we would think is a worse thing.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that. Maybe I'm too charitable to Marx, but I think that again, I'm just gonna use buzzwords, but I don't think the dialectic is as quick. The playing out of the dialectic is as quick as maybe we thought it was going to happen. And so it's not necessarily that he didn't account for it. It's that this is a different synthesis.
Yeah. I mean, people always love to talk about the fact that the communists got almost as many votes as the Nazis, Like everyone was running to the sides.
But we'll come back to some of the questions you guys just raised here in a second. But none of these interpretations are particularly satisfactory for Paxton. He also points at a couple other things that people point to as the glue of fascism that he disagrees with. So like anti-Semitism isn't the glue that holds fascism together for Paxton, because Mussolini's Italy wasn't as focused on on anti-Semitism until much later on, really under the force, Germany kind of forcing them to. Not that there wasn't anti-Semitism or whatever. But I think there's even a chunk in the book where he talks about how, like, if you asked somebody in like 1900, like, hey, all these countries in Europe, one of them is going to commit a genocide of Jewish people in the next couple decades. What country do you think's going to do it? He said most would probably say France or the UK at the time.
Yeah. I mean, the French, it was deep. It was deep seated. Speaking of, cultures being predisposed to something. They were just like,
they did the Dreyfus affair, which we'll come back to.
They did the Dreyfus affair. They did. One of my favorites is like,
I'll say it again.
Whenever,
the French get way too much of a pass on being horrifically anti-Semitic.
Speaking of, now I feel like we're taking libertarian socialism to task, but I think it was Proudhon who I love to quote his "What is property is theft." He has a great takedown of all the theories of private property, and then you learn that he was just a fucking raging anti-Semite.
Oh yeah.
Like,
was it one of the proto-fascist groups we're going to talk about at one point named after Proudhon? Oh, we'll come back.
I think, yeah.
Oof. But no, another thing people sometimes point to as the glue is anti-capitalism or anti-bourgeois animus, which Paxton also doesn't find explanatory because despite frequent references to anti-capitalism, fascist parties never really carried out those threats. They only carried out their threats toward the socialists, really. So
surprising.
Crazy.
I hate to be that guy who quotes the poem, but like,
first they came for the communists.
Didn't they come for the trade unionists first? I can't remember.
No, they did go for the communists first. That was the original.
I think it's the communists, the socialists, and then the trade unionists.
Yeah.
Wow, sounds like a bunch of people you should have been hanging out with.
Fascism is made even more confusing by relying on various contradictions. So fascism is revolutionary and reactionary at the same time, right? It's revolutionary in a different sense of that word than how it was used in 1789 to 1917. But it redrew the frontiers between private and public. It changed the practice of citizenship from enjoyment of constitutional rights and duties to participation in mass ceremonies of affirmation and conformity. It expanded the powers of the executive in a bid for total control. It unleashed aggressive collective emotion only known up until this point during war or social revolution. And it considered itself beyond the left-right paradigm. So it was a type of revolutionary, but not really. And that's what kind of where you get lost.
It is kind of etymologically revolutionary. Like you can put reactionary and revolutionary together if you think of like etymologically what revolutionary means, which is just like a turn of the wheel. They're just turning the wheel back to what they wanted.
Yeah, and it does mean a complete uprooting and restructuring of a lot of society, but it's not the parts of society that a social revolution tries to target.
Right, yeah.
Fascism also has a contradictory relationship with modernity. It wants a technically advanced society in which modernity strains and divisions have been smothered by fascism's powers of integration and control. So it both exploited the protests of modernization's victims while also attracting modernist intellectuals. This is another one of the weird contradictions, right? It would celebrate an agrarian utopia and denouncing urban life while adoring futuristic tech. I don't know, kind of like trad wives liking AI. I don't know.
Or Instagram.
Right. Fascists eventually embraced industrial productivity in the name of war. And we'll come back to this. The Holocaust fits into this aspect of fascism for Paxton as kind of the culmination of its relationship with modernity.
Yeah, I mean, also a lot of art that was produced by the countries, like the various countries that were, futurism and things like that. I mean, Le Corbusier is, I think, basically, I think everyone sort of understands that Le Corbusier was actually a fascist, and
Yeah.
like a lot of modernism, when it comes to architecture, is influenced by Le Corbusier, and well, that guy was a fascist.
Yep.
And like those things do go together. Like they go together.
Yes. Now, another important aspect of the historical background of fascism, and this brings back up the questions we were talking about with Marxism, is that fascism doesn't emerge out of the 19th century with coherent philosophical systems laid out by systematic thinkers in the same way as like liberalism, socialism, conservatism. Fascism arrives out of the era of mass politics. It's a 20th century phenomenon. And so, early on, there's some premonitions of this possibility. I mean, Engels thought, so here's your Marxism, right? Engels thought it's certain that wider suffrage would lead to socialist victories. He anticipated a preemptive strike from socialism's enemies, but not with mass approval. He thought, like, with everybody being able to vote, socialism's just gonna come, because once the working class can, like, elect political figures, it will naturally lead that direction. And what he did not account for was mass politics getting mobilized by conservatives or the right.
And by the wealthy.
There's some premonitions of this early on, though. So Alexis de Tocqueville in the U.S. in 1831 noted democracy's ability to impose conformity by social pressure. He's kind of noting that early on. So there's an early sign there. Georges Sorel in 1908 criticized Marx for failing to notice that a revolution during a time of decadence could make regression or social conservatism into an ideal. So some early people were pointing out the possibility of this, but
a time of decadence. What does that sound like?
Also importantly, fascism is a romanticist idea, resting upon the leader's mystical union with the historic destiny of his people. Fascist movements are so varied that some critics think it's just a smear word without much use, but Paxton thinks it's still a useful term, just that it needs to get rescued. We need to kind of clarify our thinking about it, which is what the project of this book is.
He wants to do what with fascism?
To rescue fascism.
It's fucked up.
That's fucked up, Paxton.
As a defining term.
To answer the question of what is fascism, Paxton is going to give more weight to fascist actions than to fascist words, which is also another thing I think unique about this book.
Yeah, what's oh my gosh, who sort of originates this philosophical idea where it's like, don't tell me what you believe, like do what you believe, and then I'll know. I
don't know where it originates, but I associate it with Marxism, frankly.
Isn't it St. Francis who said, preach the gospel and when necessary use words?
Yeah.
It's
isn't that kind of what show me what
Yeah.
It's
like,
it's a pretty old idea.
Yeah, you can tell me all you want that you believe X, Y, and Z, but the way that you live actually tells me what you believe.
Right. And because fascists are liars, we can't actually take them seriously about what they say they believe. That's going to just be a theme in this.
Yeah.
So Paxton kind of organizes the book in an interesting way where he says I'm going to define fascism at the end and we're going to look at the history first, but he does give us a mild working definition at the beginning. So this is what I'm going to plant everyone with here now, which is that fascism is a dictatorship against the left amidst popular enthusiasm, which this is one of the most iconic phrases from this book that usually gets used oftentimes by opponents of calling Trump a fascist. Will use this quote because they'll say, well, there isn't an organized left, structurally for this to happen. Which
has that ever stopped the right in this country?
I really find silly because so much of fascism is about a perceived left, and we'll get to that later. But the popular enthusiasm.
You mean we're all rallying around Hakeem Jeffries?
That's right. Okay, a little more groundwork. There's a lot of groundwork I'm going to have to lay. Sorry about that. We also want to look at, around the time of fascism emerging, they have, there are two potential coalition partners. These are the main people in parliament at this time. So we have liberalism, which he quickly wants to, clarify that he's using this term in the European sense, in the, 19th and early 20th century sense. So liberals accepted the French revolutionary goals of liberty, equality, and fraternity, but applied them in ways suitable for the middle class generally around this time. They prefer limited constitutional government and laissez-faire economics.
Yeah, they're the center right in Europe.
Yes, yeah. We're not using this term in the often, kind of US use of it where it gets kind of blurred with social democracy.
Yeah. This is your Tories.
These are Tories. These are
Christian Democrats.
Yeah, the Christian Democrats. They're the Lib Dems.
Not exactly. They're Lib Dems for sure.
Definitely. They're Fine Gael. They're PRI in Mexico. They are the ruling party in Japan, whose name I can't remember right now.
LDP.
But, yes.
They're just never going to lose.
I mean, and they are like most of the right of the Democrat Party. Like what makes the Democrat Party in the U.S. kind of weird is that it also has some social democrats, that are kind of like trying to yank the party another direction and like kind of never succeeding. Yeah, there's like five of them, but they're nice.
Thank you, Bernard Sanders.
And then we also have conservatism. Conservatism wanted order and wanted the order and calm of inherited hierarchies of wealth and birth. They shrank away from fascist mass enthusiasm and the total power fascists sought. They wanted a limited state to keep order while traditional elites ruled through property, church, military, social influence, etc. So they rejected the goals of the French Revolution entirely. A lot of their embrace of liberal democracy was kind of like a reluctant embrace of it.
Yeah, it's
choosing to work within it.
Yeah, these are royalists. Again, I mean, this is also kind of Tories.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The Tories contain multitudes.
I wish that our conservatives were shrinking away from this shit. It does feel like the wheel has turned a little bit more, and that now we're being conservative about liberalism.
Yeah.
Well, we were, and then, not even really. It's just. Post-war American conservatism is so fucked.
That's a whole other episode. Maybe we gotta. Oh man,
I mean, there's a whole podcast about it.
Yeah, check out Know Your
That's
Enemy.
That's why I'm giving up. I'm like, nothing I say is actually going to be right, and so
check out from last year the episode I did with Phil Chrisman on the Buckley biography.
Yeah.
There you can get into that history. It's conservatives often found fascists useful in the survival against the dominant liberals, but they were also keenly aware of having different agendas than the fascists. But most found communism to be more of a threat to themselves than fascists. And so eventually, when push comes to shove, they're siding with the fascists.
Yeah, that's always. I mean, that ends up always being the problem. Like conservatives, people just like in general, sort of on the right, would rather have fascism than like an ounce more of a good society.
Yep.
Should have thought about that before. Should have thought of that before being shitty bourgeoisie.
Yeah, it feels like such a shitty, reductive way to say it, but it's like, yeah, that is just straight up what happens. They always pick more repression.
Yep. So let's get to real quick the 5 stages of fascism here. So we're going to go through all these in a lot of detail, but this is the quick thing. This is the kind of Paxton's initial thesis it came out in that paper in the 90s, right? So Paxton wants to examine fascism as a cycle here of 5 stages. The first stage is the creation of movements. The second stage is the rooting in the political system. The third stage is their seizure of power. Their fourth stage is their exercise of power. And then the fifth stage is the long duration, during which the regime chooses either radicalization or entropy. Now, he also adds that these are not always linear. Movements will sometimes reach a stage and then fall back a stage and then come back and, whatever. Not many fascist regimes have gotten to the fifth stage. In fact, really, arguably only 2. Italy and Germany. So like by the time we get to the 5th chapter, we're really just focusing on them. But the first chapter is going to be such a fun, all sorts of fascisms everywhere we're going to look at. But
that's a nice way to put that, Josiah.
Just a whole catalog of insane fascisms. I do a little bit
disagree with him. I think that Japan was also fully fascist. I know that he does not think so, but I think that Japan was fully fascist.
Yeah. We'll come back to that question at the very end. But yeah, the quick version is he kind of dismisses it as saying that there wasn't enough popular enthusiasm. That's kind of his thing. It was a fascism from above is what he kind of talks about. Well, yeah, we'll come back to that question. But yeah, he lands on no, but I would say he's still pretty ambiguous about it. I kind of feel like he will still respect you if you hold the opposite position on that one.
Sure.
All right. So, now some more historical background real quick, and then we can get into the stages. So let's talk about mass politics and mass mobilization and kind of the general political environment that fascism emerges out of. So mass politics, came with the expanded electorate after 1848. The 1848 revolutions are really central to understanding politics in Europe, in a lot of ways.
Just politics in general.
Yeah.
Yep. 1848 is pretty important. It's one of Josiah and I's big hang-ups. It's a thing we think about a lot.
I think about it so much. That's my Roman Empire. I don't relate to the whole thinking about Rome all the time. I think about 1848 all the time, though. A whole continent going into revolution.
Jake, what's your Roman Empire? I'm trying to think what mine is. Oh, I know what mine is. Duh.
We literally have a counter for it on the show.
Is it like David Graeber?
I just think about debt constantly.
Yeah.
I really just think about. I mean, that's what I do for a living. So
yeah.
Civil War. That's my Roman Empire.
Nice. Yeah, that's a good one.
After 1848, some conservatives began looking ahead at attempts to manage the mass electorate. You know what I mean? They started realizing this thing is coming about. And so two examples he points to are Louis Napoleon or Napoleon III, who, I honestly want to just do a fucking episode of Napoleon III at some point. Chris starts laughing whenever he thinks about Napoleon III. Napoleon III, for those who aren't familiar, is the guy who took power after the 1848 revolutions in France, and is the guy that the infamous Marx quote, "History repeats itself first as tragedy, then as farce," is in reference to. Because it was kind of like
the reason Germany fucking exists. And the Franco-Prussian War.
He blew
an idiot.
He's a moron. He was very bad. But he was very good at he was one of the first political figures in Europe to be like, I'm dressing like the common man. I'm one of you.
They were like, I'd get a wine with this guy.
Exactly.
Oh,
exactly. That was his whole thing. And then the other one is Otto von Bismarck, which is, a whole other thing. Hey, related to the Franco-Prussian War as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would that be? Yeah.
Yeah. With his spiky hat. He's the spiky hat guy, right?
He is the spiky hat guy. Yes, he is.
It's been a long time since I did this history.
Once the right had accepted mass politics, the middle classes started to move more and more toward conservatism. Once the right wasn't trying to get rid of the ability for people to vote and have civil liberties in the same way, then the middle classes were willing to cooperate with it because they didn't want any more civil liberty. This is a great place to stop.
The middle class is like, this ladder's getting kind of full. Just probably kick it down.
Yep. Now that we're up here, fuck you guys.
We don't really need this ladder anymore. I've already climbed it.
Also necessary for the rise of fascism around this time was kind of this development of the split between the democratic and socialist lefts. So the left had to lose its position as the automatic recourse for political change, for the dreamers and the angry, which is prior to this kind of era we're entering with fascism. If you were pissed off about the state of things, you became a socialist. And that changed around this time.
I mean, Mussolini is famously essentially a disenchanted leftist.
Mm-hmm.
He's like the
Paxton
OG.
talks about it.
Yeah. So, fascism to Paxton is inconceivable in the absence of a mature and expanding socialist left. This is the part that people will usually use to talk about, saying that Trump isn't a fascist. I will get to why I disagree with that later on. But a threshold was crossed in 1899 when the first European socialists were accepted into positions in bourgeois cabinets. So by 1914, part of the left's traditional following became disillusioned with parliamentary socialism. They often went to Bolshevism or national syndicalism, and then a lot of them would pivot to fascism eventually. So the idea was, you know, by getting elected as in the bourgeois state, you've betrayed socialism. So once socialists started running for office and like winning and stuff, there was a schism we have not gotten past on the left since, which is like, and
I think that's fully right, because like it turns out it's hard to run things and you have to make compromises. And you know, I smarter people than I have failed to square that circle.
And then after the 1917 revolution in Russia, then there was a new route. There was a new like, okay, well, no, fuck electoral socialism. We're going to do like a revolution proper, you know?
They just hadn't heard about sewer socialism yet.
That's right. Well, and I don't know. I think this is where Luxembourg is someone it's always worthwhile to go back to, because I mean, she's just essentially we can do both guys.
She's walking the line.
You can have a revolution and also build power.
And then they said, no, we can't.
And we're going to kill you.
Pew, pew. Rip to a real one.
Yep. Let's see. After World War I, there was no putting the genie back in the bottle of mass politics. So more and more conservatives start to accept, okay, this is just, we have to fucking work with mass politics. It just is a thing now. We also had, after World War I, women's suffrage in some Northern European countries. So that's also a shifting thing that's starting to take place around this time. Women are getting the vote. Fascists wanted to restore patriarchy in the family and the workplace, but they also were kind of unique in conservatism in that they were also willing to mobilize sympathetic women rather than disenfranchise them. So they were like, well, whatever, join the mass politics party here, you know, like whatever. So they're deeply patriarchal, but they were willing to use women's vote.
Yeah, again, you know, trad wives, like you were talking about,
right? But it's like because they're doing the sort of contradictory thing of the romanticization, but at the same time, this sort of future of liberated women. But what you're being liberated to do is go back to what you were
homemaking.
Yes, go back to homemaking.
Yeah,
like you're being freed to exult in the idea of womanhood that centuries of patriarchy have given to you.
Yeah. Fascism, it's also really important that fascism develops in the aftermath of World War I. So World War I is important to focus on real quick because it's going to be really essential to this whole story. World War I upended a lot of shit. It culturally, the war discredited, quoting Paxton here, culturally, the war discredited optimistic and progressive views of the future and cast doubt upon liberal assumptions about natural human harmony. Socially, it spawned armies of restless veterans and their younger brothers looking for ways to express their anger and disillusion without heed for old-fashioned law or morality. Politically, it generated economic and social strains that exceeded the capacity of existing institutions, whether liberal or conservative, to resolve. So the mass mobilization of the war completely disrupted the whole social order. Quoting again here, those dislocated countries where a landless peasantry was still numerous and where a disenfranchised middle class still lacked basic liberties, those polarized to the left, as in Russia. But those with a large but threatened middle class, including family farmers, polarized against the left and started looking for new solutions.
It's always family farmers. It's always family farmers, isn't
farmers
it?
Don't leave this book looking good. We have like so much sympathy for farmers in that Ramp Hollow episode, but God, they do not come out looking great in this one.
Those damn farmers.
I grew up around. I don't like them.
There's some good ones. The division of social life between civilian and soldier was also, you know, a big byproduct of the war. Because of the brutality of the war, there was kind of this sense of entitlement among veterans, you know, that we won this war or we lost, you know, we died for this war or whatever. And so you owe us some fucking respect.
Wow. Hey, what's that sound like?
Yeah. How's that?
That's so weird.
Liberalism, conservatism, and communism were all contending for post-war Europe at this time. Liberalism was focused on national self-determination, you know, Wilson's 14 points, stuff like that, right? Conservatism was focused on reviving military supremacy and rule. You know, they were like, yeah, let's keep this war machine going. This rocks. Communism was trying to align with Leninist dictatorial conspiratorial dictatorial parties to bring about revolution. So they were like, kind of like, we're above electoral politics now. And none of these movements were really succeeding in Western Europe, at least. So it's just kind of everyone's duking it out. It's a mess. And we're diving into increasing crises of liberalism, as these traditional liberal institutions, the parliament, market, school, we're all dealing really poorly with a series of emergencies that come in those decades following. So that's kind of the context. Fascism's new formula promised solutions to the tensions of the post-war era. Like conservatives, they wanted stronger military supremacy, but measured that strength with the unity of populations. They would overcome class conflict by integrating the working class into the nation and getting rid of, quote, alien populations. So they were the solution to these questions in a lot of people's minds.
Yeah, this is just sort of like, reminding me yet again that we actually really don't think enough about World War One, just in general. Right, we just really don't. The way that it was sort of the culmination of a century's worth of messing around on the edges, but not actually fixing any problems. Mm-hmm. And then also kind of part of the idea that is gaining, and I'm pretty sure that I've talked about it before, but like this sort of idea that World War One and II are not actually separate wars; it's all a conjoined 30 years war.
Yeah,
it's a war that never actually stopped.
I think there's some truth to that. I also think it's fruitful to divide them in, obviously as we do, but I think really you can look at that whole chunk of time as really interconnected, because so much of what we're about to see is that like resentments that came about through World War One is what produced World War II.
Yeah. And also just again, like when did Italy in the 20s started doing its colonial, like the fighting and the conquest and the war against each other never really stopped. It maybe got exported to different regions of the globe and sort of wasn't happening as much in Europe, but everyone just sort of kept fighting like the whole time.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Damn, exporting your fighting to client states? That's...
Yeah, when would that happen in the modern
couldn't be me.
Yeah, but... and I do, this is where I like to throw out one for our boy John Maynard Keynes writing, trying to be like, hey guys, maybe don't fuck over all these losing countries.
Yep.
And then they were like, no, we gotta fuck them over.
Yep.
And well.
Oh man, Keynes, pour one out for a real one.
And now every April I sit on my porch and I watch the parade pass before me. I see my old comrades, how proudly they march, reliving the dreams of past glory. I see the old men all twisted and torn, the forgotten heroes of a forgotten war. And the young people ask me, what are they marching for? And I ask myself the same question. And the band plays Waltzing Matilda.
All right, you guys ready to do the stages of fascism?
Yes.
Let's do it.
I mean, I would be ready to do them if I wasn't actually doing them in real life.
Yeah.
We're like speed running them in real life.
Hey, we can be a bit retrospective here because we're way past this. We're way past this first stage. But stage one, the creation of movements, or as I've labeled this section, a bunch of assholes start some racism clubs and write some racist books. That's this part.
It's bad.
So we've got some intellectual roots to fascism. He actually spends a lot of time on this, but I think I'm going to gloss over it quicker than that because he ultimately ends this with saying, like, again, it's not really about what they say, it's about what they do. So, like, this is all the intellectual groundwork, but it then, like, kind of goes to the wayside quickly.
Well, I think that's interesting because you're like, if you listen to something like Know Your Enemy or something like that, they talk a lot about how there is a lot of this, like, Trumpist intellectualism but it's sort of post hoc.
Yeah.
It's
very fascist, actually, in that sense. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, isn't that what Carl Schmitt essentially was, right? He wasn't even a full fascist. He just was like the guy that would like try to make a coherent system out of what the Nazis were doing.
Yeah. He was like, actually, guys, I'm friends with y'all, and here's why I think that this all works.
But so quickly, some of the intellectual roots. So I'd say the important thing to know is that prior to 1919, there was a lot of groundwork laid for intellectual groundwork laid for a revolt against liberal ideas of liberty, reason, progress, etc. You know, there was kind of a new stylish anti-liberal value floating around. There's aggressive nationalism, racism. This was all in the intellectual oeuvre at this time. So some of the quick examples of this would be Georges Sorel, who was interested in causes capable of awakening the soul to a sentiment of the sublime proportionate to the conditions of gigantic struggle, so that European nations can recover their former energy. So, you know,
their former energy to do what?
Rape and
plunder.
Thing
you always have to ask, you know, right? Like states' rights to do what?
Yeah. But you know, this is a very romantic idea, right? We got to contact the sublime. We gotta, we got to come back to our awakening our souls. And he really liked revolutionary syndicalism for this reason.
This is the ideology of that painting of a dude standing on a mountain and looking out, you know, kind of windswept. Like this is that ideology.
Yeah, absolutely. And syndicalism at this time had this notion that if we could kind of get this, you know, commune of trade unions, you know, the syndicate, like organized in such a way, we could do the mass general strike that could end everything. And that was just such a romantic narrative to Sorel. So he loved that. He was like, that's cool. And he did even go on to like Mussolini for a while. He also liked Lenin though. So Sorel isn't even a full fascist. He just kind of was like really excited about when people did big historic things.
Yeah.
And which is funny because like, this is like, it's funny because that's just not Leninism at all.
No, not at all.
Vanguardism and Leninism are much more regimented and I think he would say scientific.
They're not very romantic. Yeah.
And it's not this romantic like big sweeping thing. Anyway, it's now we're getting into the weeds. My bad.
But, we're good. I'm gonna blast through a few more of these. So we've got Gustave Le Bon's Psychology of Crowds, which was an attack on democracy and the idea of the easily manipulated passions of the masses at the time. Although you know, Paxton's really clear to emphasize these two are not fascist or even remotely fascist. Bergson and Freud were also at this time doing a lot of attacks on the concept of democracy, right? They were kind of attacking the idea of like free people choosing rationally, you know, and so that was kind of in vogue at the time too. You also have the rise of social Darwinism around this time. That's going to be really important. Yeah,
that's like a S tier, not the Nazi fascist thing.
Yeah, and it really sucks because like it's not even close to what Chucky D meant. It's like not even close.
It's kind of been
horrified.
There were a lot of anxieties about the corrosion of community by free individualism at this time too. So Thomas Carlyle importantly advocated a militarized welfare dictatorship led by selfless captains of industry. The Nazis would claim him as a forerunner to kind of, you know, deal with this corrosion of community by making a shit community.
It's just Ayn Rand.
Like almost that. Well, I was gonna say it's Ayn Rand, but she would take issue with them being selfless.
Or the welfare side.
Well, yeah. Well, obviously no welfare, but led by selfless captains of industry.
No, selfish captains of industry.
Selfish. Take everything for yourself. Yeah.
That's right. We've also got Emil Durkheim at this time. He was talking about the anatomy of modern society. So again, this kind of atomization, individualism, this kind of fear. And Ferdinand I'm not going to pronounce that right. Tonius,
probably.
Tonius Sociologists, he regretted the supplanting of traditional societies with impersonal modern ones. The Nazis would pull his term for the people's community, the Golfsmannschaft.
Volksgemeinschaft.
Thank you.
Volksgemeinschaft. Volkswagen, Volksgemeinschaft.
I was going to say Volksgemeinschaft. They made a great bus. They're bringing it back. It's electric now.
Yeah, they build them in Chattanooga.
Yeah, tell them to make them better.
There's also anxieties about decadence. This idea that historic nations were doomed by comfort, complacency, and declining birth rates. So there's a lot of that.
Soft times make soft men.
That's right. That's basically
like
that.
Me.
We have
I'm very squidgy as well.
Oswald Spengler's Decline of the West, which was advocating for Caesarism to save Germany at this time, which would be important. And then also he adds in this part that I think is interesting, the discovery of bacteria by Pasteur and and then heredity by Mendel. Because these introduce these new categories of internal enemies, the disease, uncleanliness, hereditary illness, insanity, criminality. The urge to purify was really strong in the Protestant North, in Protestant Northern Europe. So,
yeah, and this is where, this is like this sort of idea and sort of social construction and enforcement is, this is essentially where Michel Foucault makes his bones.
Yeah. So you look at all this and it's tempting to construct an intellectual teleology that, selectively reads all these roots as pointing to fascism like inherently, but this isn't the case. They often selected, fascists often selected quotes from authors out of context, and many who were alive didn't end up going along with fascist projects. So like Spengler didn't actually go along with it. Intellectual and cultural critics considered creators of fascism account more for the space being made available for fascism, right? They were kind of opening up the criticism of liberalism that fascism could kind of like jump into that vacuum, right? But it took concrete choices and actions to actually bring fascism into being. Let's see. Another important thing here is the cultural themes of any given area is also really important to fascism. These are the themes that can mobilize a mass movement of regeneration, unification, and purity. So those are going to be different from different national cultural repertoires. These aren't always going to be the same.
Yeah, but you can see it in the sort of, setting of like hey, this is our national dish.
Yes.
We need to have unity around like this is the thing that we all eat. These are the holidays that we all celebrate. This is, various different cultural expressions. Mm-hmm.
Fascists also need a demonized enemy. So this is really important. It doesn't always have to be Jews, but it was quite often Jews for a lot of them. They see these as enemies within the nation, but as well as outside the nation. You need both for fascism. Generally fear of ethnic minorities, socialists, artists, intellectuals, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
And it's very...
Man, that's weird. That's so weird.
It is interesting to me the degree to which the avant-garde artists end up getting sort of rejected by particularly the Nazis because, again, so many of them were kind of at the forefront of like proto-fascist thought, in the interwar period, but they very quickly got discarded, which is a thing that fascists do.
Well, and a lot of these intellectuals are that way too.
Exactly. You're useful until you're not, and then you go away. So I think that's very interesting. And then, also, in the case of us right now, they just never bothered to get serious artists. They just throw money at dipshits.
Well, and AI even just kind of replaces the need for artists, right? For when your job is just to produce fast propaganda. I mean, and that's slop. What AI is good at. Yep, they're good at the slop.
The president just retweets dumb shit all the time.
Oh, yeah.
I just can't even believe it. I live in a time where the president just posts blatantly racist things and nobody.
Dude, I'm literally this whole time as we're talking about like fear of ethnic minorities with increases in the amount of refugees, and I'm literally just thinking about when Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best.
Yeah. We'll come back to immigration here in like 5 minutes. That's actually going to be really important to this. But real quick, fascism was more about mobilizing passions than fully articulating philosophies. And so there's a list of like mobilizing passions that are the, what Paxton calls the emotional lava that set fascism's foundations. So let's do these real quick. A sense of overwhelming crisis beyond the reach of any traditional solutions. The primacy of the group toward which one has duties superior to every right, whether individual or universal, and the subordination of the individual to it.
What first? America first.
Oh, that's right. The belief that one's group... Yeah. No, this is related. The belief that one's group is a victim, a sentiment that justifies any action without legal or moral limits against its enemies, both internal and external. So, I mean, what's America first, right? It's about how we're getting ripped off, right? We're victims
I would
on
just
the
also say that
stage.
things like this, sort of, and we can talk more about this if we want to or have time or whatever. But like, this is the sort of thing that like kind of fully changed my mind, even on like white evangelicalism. There's nothing that white evangelicals love more than to act like they're somehow
it's the persecution
somehow persecuted. And it's like, no, you actually, like, guys, you actually run the country.
You have it great.
Yeah, well,
you're running those car dealerships, like.
Yeah, exactly. like it's like, it is not an exaggeration to call it Christofascism. Like, they're
for a lot of
fascists.
it,
100%. Okay, yeah. I mean, let's be real. I'm just going to start saying check after all of these.
Yeah. The dread of the group's decline under the corrosive effects of individualistic liberalism, class conflict, and alien influences. Check. The need for closer integration of a purer community by consent if possible, or by exclusionary violence if necessary.
Check.
The need for authority by natural leaders, always male, culminating in a national chief who alone is capable of incarnating the group's destiny. Check. The superiority of the leader's instincts over abstract and universal reason. Check.
Check.
The beauty of violence and the efficacy of will when they are devoted to the group's success. Check. The right of the chosen people to dominate others without restraint from any kind of human or divine law, right being decided by the sole criterion of the group's prowess within a Darwinian struggle. Check. And I do also think that's another point to the, right-wing evangelicalism fits into this too, because that's Tad DeLay's argument in against what does the white evangelical want. One of his big arguments is that they take the concept of chosenness used in the Old Testament to refer to the Jews and apply that to themselves. It's a form of like supersessionism that allows a fascist logic.
Yeah. I'm allowed to do whatever I want because I'm chosen.
Yes, exactly.
The superiority of the leader's instincts over abstract and universal reason. I'm stuck on that one.
Yeah, I mean, you watch the way they just quickly all change. They all support, not, again, I don't like making the book clubs too current events-y because I like these standing alone, but I'll just say, I mean, a complete about face on war with Iran being a good thing now.
It's...
Oh my God. From them, it's crazy.
Yeah. That, and then like just one more, the beauty of violence and the efficacy of will when they're devoted to the group's success. All I can think about is the people in Minneapolis, and it's just they're just doing their jobs. They were oh my God.
If you just complied,
Yeah.
Well, do you remember Tim Pool's response to being called a bootlicker? Did you hear that? That was getting quoted around a lot. That I think was really insightful, actually.
I'm not sure.
He was like, "No, I'm not a bootlicker. I'm not licking the boot. I am the boot." And I think that's really like people have mostly made fun of it, and rightly so. But I do think it's really insightful because when he looks at the images of what was happening in Minneapolis, he thinks he's the boot. He's like, no, these are my guys. They are expressing my desires.
Yeah. No, that is true. Yeah. It's definitely more revealing than he thinks it is. But also, come on, dude, they will turn on you eventually too. That's also the other thing that's
why everyone laughs at him. Yeah. It's like,
Dude, that's the leopards eating faces.
Yes, it's the thing that always gets me. It's like, no, they will turn on you. Like, it will happen. Dude, don't.
You're bald. You're obviously not part of the master race.
Yeah, you're not alpha enough.
No offense
enough,
to
brother.
bald people. No offense to our bald listeners.
We
are 3 hirsute men.
All right, let's look at some quick 19th century precursor movements here. So, and this is also important here. So the 1880s economic depression and first crisis of globalization kind of lays the groundwork here, but also importantly was an unprecedented number of immigrants. Something that I just did not click with me until reading this book is that the anti-Semitism that like was really mobilized into the becoming the Holocaust was xenophobia. It wasn't just like these people living among us that we need to root out, although there was some of that. It was like a lot of the Jews that were coming in were escaping the pogroms in Eastern Europe. And so a lot of them were new-ish arrivals. It was actually an immigration crisis.
Etc. Yeah. I mean, this was also happening in the United States as well. It's not a coincidence that some of the first immigration laws in the United States happened in the early 1900s.
Yeah. Often trying to limit the amount of Jews that were fleeing. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
That were coming over.
Not just Jews, but just,
Chinese,
and Italians and Poles and
yeah.
It's not a coincidence that a lot of this happened, before it was essentially, people don't understand this, and it really does kind of chafe my nuts. That like up until the very for most of this country's existence, you could just show up and then you were an American.
Yeah.
And that's just how it was. You could just be here and say, okay, well, I'm an American now. And they'd go, yeah, cool.
Yep.
Like, what? And now people are like, the Constitution says about citizenship. You could just walk in.
Yeah.
Borders did not exist in the same way that they do now.
No.
They just didn't.
It's just not. I mean, look, this is a little later than that, but I'm just thinking about An American Tale.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like
they just secret weapon.
But they just showed up and then they just went west. They just went.
The 1880s economic crisis rewarded demagoguery and those perceived as political outsiders. So around this time, we have a lot of these proto-fascist movements. We have, or proto-fascist leaders specifically. So in France, we had General Boulanger, who was made Minister of War in 1886 and then dismissed in 1887 for excessively bellicose language during a period of tension with Germany. He really wanted to kill some Germans. This triggered mass demonstrations by Parisian fans who wanted him back.
Yeah, but that's
the first stands.
Okay, but it's Paris. They literally they're just like, this is a normal day.
Right, but mass demonstrations in support of a warmongering
I know
politician. That's unique. And Boulanger began running in every by-election. He had wide support among monarchists and Bonapartists. He won an election in Paris in 1889, and supporters urged him to do a coup, but he eventually fled and committed suicide during that crisis. So that was an early precursor to some of this stuff, right? This incident was the first time in Europe that all the ingredients for fascism came together, is what Paxton says. It didn't go there, but all the ingredients were there.
Because Boulanger was too cowardly.
We also have the Dreyfus Affair. Charles Marat. This note was terrible. 1 second. I just started listing shit. You had the anti-Dreyfusards and the Action Française. When the incriminating documents of Dreyfus was faked, Marat called it a patriotic forgery. So I want to do a whole episode on the Dreyfus Affair at some point, but the quick version of it was they falsely accused a Jewish guy of, wasn't it treason, I believe?
Yeah.
And they forged a document.
Spying for, I believe it was the Germans, actually.
I think it was, yeah. And so, it was very clearly being made about his Jewishness. And so it was like a really early clash in like political anti-Semitism came out of the kind of crisis around that.
Well, it's also, it's not just like the foundation for that sort of political anti-Semitism. It's sort of just like the same way you guys were like 1848 is like so important to understanding like all politics. Like this moment, I feel like is modern politics being forged. Like it's setting the groundwork.
Patriotic forgery is essentially alternative facts.
It's literally setting forth the paths for I mean, like literally which way Western man.
Yeah.
Like,
and this idea that like it's okay to lie as long as it's in service of a good cause, or whatever you define as a good cause, but like it's okay to just lie.
Yeah. Like almost like really early that people would be mad at me for describing it this way, but almost really early Straussian type stuff.
Yeah.
Of like this sort of noble lie type thing.
I'll just say quickly, some German politicians were experimenting with anti-Semitism. We'll get into them actually later when we talk about Germany specifically, so I'm going to brush past that. We also have Georges Valois, is a former militant of Marat, and he created, Cercle Proudhon, which is, named after that Proudhon. So there's that. In 1911. It was a group designed to unite nationalists and then left-wing anti-democrats around an offensive against, quote, Jewish capitalism. Ultimately, though, is a bunch of crank intellectuals. Nothing really came of it.
Yeah. I mean, aptly named.
Yeah.
Being against Jewish people and capitalism, I guess that's Proudhon, sure.
There's also the term National Socialism comes from a French nationalist, Maurice Barré. Well, it's not that, but the
Maurice Barrès.
To describe Marquis de More.
Sure.
This guy is kind of a crazy side note here. He was attempted to be a cattle rancher in North Dakota, and then returned to Paris to organize an anti-Semitic band recruiting from slaughterhouse workers. His squads would wear cowboy garb, and they killed a Jewish officer in a duel during the Dreyfus Affair. And then they like went to the Sahara and like tried to unite France to Islam, and it was a disaster, and whatever. That's an interesting rabbit trail here.
Wow.
Marquis de More. I guess Google him later if you want a weird Wikipedia page to run.
Killed by a Volkswagen.
Oh, what a weird guy.
By a Touareg. That's a good call.
Oh my god.
Sorry, I don't know if we said it out loud. He was killed by his Tuareg guides in the Sahara.
Oh
yeah,
a guy who could have, who deserved it a lot.
Yeah. Rip.
Fuck that guy. Also, the KKK. They're kind of a proto-fascist movement to Paxton. So
there's a reason that Grant sent the army back into the South,
Okay, so let's actually look at some fascist movements here. So let's do Italy first, okay? Of course, the term fascism comes from Italy. It comes from Italian fascisio. Fascio. That seems right. Yeah. From the Latin fasces, which is a, axe encased in a bundle of rods. That symbol was often used as a left-wing symbol of Republican solidarity. In Italy.
Everyone was using it.
Everyone was. Yeah, it was just kind of a symbol of collective solidarity in some sense up until this point. Mussolini coined the term fascismo, though, to describe his band of nationalist ex-soldiers and pro-war syndicalist revolutionists revolutionaries. Although they didn't have a monopoly on the word at the time, it would come to mean that. Officially, fascism was born in Milan on March 23rd, 1919, at the meeting of the Piazza San Sepolcro. Hey, I think I said that right. To declare war against socialism because it had opposed nationalism. The fascist program here was a mix of veterans, patriotism, and radical social experiment, therefore National Socialism. The three components of Mussolini's movement here were demobilized war veterans, pro-war syndicalists, and futurist intellectuals. So Mussolini was seen as a veterans leader at the time. You had these commando units that were hardened by the frontline experience who felt entitled to rule the country they had saved. It's kind of important to look at the difference between syndicalism and parliamentary socialism at this time. We talked a bit about this. The syndicalism was rooted in trade unions. It pushed away from parliamentary socialism, and it had the hope of creating one big union to bring around the big, general strike that would end the world.
This is the international workers of the world. This is just like, this is the black cat.
And then in 1915, most socialists and socialists and syndicalists opposed entry into World War I, but there were a few syndicalists that did support it. And they specifically thought that the war could drive Italy into a social revolution. It might trigger that great, general strike, right? And these were called the National Syndicalists. So these were pro-war syndicalists. The successful campaign to bring Italy into World War I in May of 1915, coined Radiant May, brought together all the founding elements of Italian fascism. Mussolini felt that the political succession belongs to them after the war because they pushed the country into the war and led it to victory. And then, you also had the futurist, anti-bourgeois intellectuals and aesthetes who were kind of part of this, in the beginning. They get pushed aside pretty quick, though. So I'm not going to spend too much time on them.
I do think that it's interesting, again, with the etymology here, the fascismo is clearly sort of derivative of machismo. There's definitely meant to sort of evoke a sense of male virility.
For lack I think of a that's important. Yeah.
Well, they're definitely related in terms of sentiment. I do think that's just like how Italian words are formed.
Probably, but
they just sound like that. Everything ends in O or A.
Yeah, but I think there's got to be an extent to which they picked that particular phrasing.
Probably so. It probably flowed really well if they were talking about fascismo, machismo, or I guess they would call it machismo, right? Because it's CH. Yeah.
Anyway.
On April 15th, 1919, a band of Mussolini's friends stormed the Milan offices of the socialist newspaper Avanti. A newspaper which Mussolini had been the editor of from 1912 to 1914. So this is the thing. Mussolini is a disenfranchised leftist at this time.
Dude, he's literally the OG left to right guy. I'm why I'm leaving the left.
Yes. And so, he stormed the newspaper that him and his friends stormed this newspaper that he had previously worked at, killed 4 people and injured 39 people. To quote Paxton here, Italian fascism thus burst into history with an act of violence against both socialism and bourgeois legality in the name of a claimed higher national good. I mean, there you go, right? Fascism.
Yeah. What's the line? Don't quote laws to people who have guns.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But Mussolini wasn't alone. There were similar movements springing up throughout Europe that combined nationalism, anti-capitalism, voluntarism, and active violence against bourgeois and socialist enemies. So around the same time as the meeting of the meeting in the Piazza San Sepolcro in March 23rd, 1919, there were other similar groups coming together elsewhere in Europe. So you think we're going to go to Germany here, but nope, wrong. We're going to Hungary. Hungary was another fertile ground for fascism, although they didn't use that word at the time.
They had a big appetite for fascism.
They loved it. Hungary suffered the worst territorial losses from.
Thanks, Chris.
They were hungry. They were okay. All right. Got it. Hungary suffered the worst territorial losses from World War I. It was the loser in the dissolution of Austria-Hungary. It lost 70% of its pre-war territory and 2/3 of the population during the Treaty of Trianon. Whoa. So they were,
Yikes.
yeah. You know, much like Germany, really, licking their wounds after World War I here.
Yeah, I mean, like, imagine, like, what that would look like. Like, that would essentially be the United States losing everything up to basically the Mississippi.
Yeah.
Do you think that there would have been an analogous figure to Rod Dreher hanging out with the leader
That is
Hungary?
that's another deep cut, man.
Surrounded by beautiful young Hungarian men.
Yeah.
eating oysters and making
doing their propaganda for them.
I'm sure there was. Poor Rod.
Oh man, I am gonna brush past this, but I will say just the history of Hungary right after World War I, super interesting. I fell down a rabbit hole while reading about this, and I think it will kind of just become too much of a headache to go through. But essentially, there was an attempt to make it like a Soviet-aligned dictatorship, and there was a lot of like fighting. There was the occupation by like French troops at some point. It was a real kind of messy period.
Isn't Hungary where the term tanky comes from?
Yes. Yeah, but later in the 50s.
Yeah.
But so there was, an attempt at a Hungarian revolution here or whatever, right? And then there was a bloody counter-revolution that followed, killing more than the Soviet regime had even killed, all right? And the two faces of the Hungarian counter-revolution were the Admiral Miklos Horthy, which I'm definitely mispronouncing, but I'm not. He's the dominant figure. He's the last commander of the Austro-Hungarian Navy. He was kind of the traditional elite. He's the conservative figure here.
Yes. It's just very funny for a Hungarian to be an admiral in the Navy. Like,
yeah, landlocked. I guess they wouldn't have been landlocked at the time.
They wouldn't have been landlocked. Yeah. No, not when the First World War was happening. But still,
but
bro, there's no water.
No, not at all. Also, trying to pronounce Magyar names is basically impossible.
It's crazy. It's a hard language. You also have, here we go, trying again, Captain Gyula Gombos. He was leading a group of young officers who felt that traditional authority was no longer sufficient. These were the fascists. Gombos wanted to mobilize a mass base for a nationalist renovation in opposition to the attempted democratic liberalism at the time and the Soviet socialism at the time, as well as mobilizing against old-fashioned dictatorship from above. Admiral Horthy and the conservatives were able to rule without calling upon Gombos, although Gombos served as prime minister under Horthy in 1932 to 35 and built an alliance with Mussolini to counter growing German power.
Yes, how did that go?
So he just kind of got incorporated as small dog to the conservative coalition, and they just kind of.
I do think that it is notable here. And it's part of Paxton's whole thesis, but it is reliant on a charismatic leader figure, but it does not in practice end up being dictatorial in the way that, say, a Saddam Hussein, or a Gaddafi, or an old school monarchy where the monarch has actual executive power. An absolutist kind of monarchy, a Louis XIV type situation. It's not that. It does rely on at least some sort of mass acclaim to keep it cemented in power. I do think that's an important thing to sort of keep in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Over in Austria and, Germany, the Austrian half of the Habsburg monarchy, German nationalists were really mad about the gains of Czechs and other minorities before World War I, as is. And then we're just really pissed off about, the results of World War I. In Vienna specifically, which is, of course, going to be important, Karl Luger became mayor of Vienna. Luger built his long mayoralty solidly upon a populist mixture of anti-Semitism, anti-corruption, defense of artisans and small shopkeepers, catchy slogans and songs, and efficient municipal services. This was the atmosphere that Adolf Hitler was growing up in, was in Vienna, as a young student.
This is so annoying because just like a couple decades later, and he would have been right smack in Red Vienna, and it would have been a very different atmosphere.
Slowly developing around this time was the Nationalist German Workers' Party. It earned 3 seats in the Austrian Diet in 1911. It got revived in 1918 as the German National Socialist Workers' Party. It began using the swastika. Post-war Germany had been shaken by the defeat in 1918, and so German leaders had been claiming victory until a few weeks before defeat. So the abrupt defeat allowed accusations of traitors. Something went wrong because, Germany had been in denial about winning the war for so long that it seemed so unexpected that they lost.
Yeah, but that's every country always does that, No, seriously, last helicopter out of Vietnam,
Saigon,
yeah, Saigon. Even though it had been planned for over a year, the Americans withdrawing from Kabul and all of that, everyone thought, hey, we did it, mission accomplished. And then, oh, shoot, the Taliban are back in charge. All of that stuff is that's always what happens when you're losing a war. You tell everyone you're winning right up until you're not.
So because of that, you had these footloose veterans that were pissed off at the results of the war and kind of, out and about doing their shit. They joined various militias and extremist movements. They wanted to keep fighting. Some joined the Bolsheviks, but a lot of them joined the Freikorps. And,
and hey, what's that sound like?
Yeah, they were part of the people that helped kill Rosa Luxemburg, right? I don't think I included this in the notes, but the Spartacus Revolution happens at this time. This was the failed attempt at a socialist revolution in Germany that was eventually crushed. A lot of it by embittered veterans and but fighting on both sides of that, frankly. And the Freikorps helped crush that. This was the context that the Corporal Hitler, who had been on active duty with Army Group 4 in Munich, after overcoming his blindness, he was sent by Army intelligence to investigate the German Workers' Party in 1919, and then was won over to their cause. And so, by 1920, he was put in charge of propaganda. And then on February 24th of that year, Hitler gave the movement the Nazi name, the official National Socialist name.
Hold on, I forgot about the blindness. He was blind
he was blind for a bit because when they lost the war, he was apparently struck by a nervous blindness. I always thought it was a chemical weapon or something, but reading more recently, it was like
psychosomatic.
Psychosomatic. Let me double check this so I'm not sounding because I don't want it to be like, no, he just got tear gassed.
He's doing the John Watson from the BBC Sherlock, where he has the cane because of the psychosomatic post-war.
Yeah.
No? Okay.
No, I know what you're talking about.
Oh, it's both. It's even weirder than that. Okay, so he got blinded twice, according to Wikipedia anyway. First was in a mustard gas attack, and he was hospitalized. While he was there recovering from the blindness, he learned of Germany's defeat and then suffered a second bout of psychosomatic stuff. Or his condition got worse again. Watson. Yeah.
This is increasing my belief that Moffat is a fascist.
A secret.
Well, that's true.
Boy, you do not want to get sued by the BBC, Josiah. We should probably cut that.
I will talk shit about Moffat any day. What a Anyway. On April 1st, 1920, Hitler left the army to focus on his work at the Nazi Party. And that's kind of where we'll leave Germany here. We'll come back when we get to the next stage. So these are kind of the formation of the movements, right? Now is where we ask, like, who joined these fascist movements, right? They were generally embittered war veterans, but they needed other recruits in order to be successful. So early fascists were often young. They responded enthusiastically to fascism's brand of anti-political politics. Fascism engaged with members more than conservative middle-class parties led by notables. So, it was just more attractive to get involved with it. They weren't just like, oh, you vote for them every couple years. They actually got you involved with clubs and stuff, Yeah,
they did things. Again, this is another kind of hobby horse of mine, is that like left-wing groups need to just like hang out.
Yeah,
more.
It's like do barbecues and shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a big thing during that was like a big thing during Red Vienna was just having like socialist things. Like your socialist dodgeball group would be like a modern example.
Yeah.
Or like just like
pickleball.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Literally the pickleball league of your local socialist party.
Fascism seemed to actually bring together citizens from all social classes. So this is where a lot of narratives about fascism are generally wrong, is that they were not just a middle class movement. They were not just an upper class movement. They were not just a working class movement. They had all of them.
Yeah.
It was largely middle class, but in the way that all political parties are generally middle class, because like the people with the resources and the time to get involved in politics are usually middle class.
Yeah.
And but it also appealed to many upper class members and voters. There was a scarcity of working class fascists initially, but it was more a result of those who engaged often with being so those who were like politically conscious in the working class were generally socialists, but the workers who weren't socialists started to move to fascism. That was the next thing that was reaching out to the working class. And it helped if they were an area that had a tradition of direct action and a hostility to parliamentary socialism. You also had the unemployed, who are often separated from organized socialism.
Yeah, because if you're unemployed, you're literally not part of a labor union.
Exactly, which tended to push you into socialist activism or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is kind of the kind of crowd you got joining together in this, and it's a very eclectic and heterogeneous kind of collection of people. What's important for Paxton also is that the political party here is like a bus with people always getting on and off. So as we continue through the stages, people leave the movement and new people join the movement. It's always evolving who the like clientele of the fascist movement is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because you do need, you do need the young to kind of start, like you need the energy of the young to really essentially get the plane to take off velocity. But then once you're in the air, you kind of do need like the money to keep the plane running. Right?
Yeah.
To like refuel, essentially.
Absolutely. Well, let's go to stage 2 then, because that actually sets this up pretty nicely here.
Don't be just structure a society, putting ideas of reality. Have words like freedom in common cause. Have words like hate, war, and all is lost. I can't follow a man on a white horse. Dreams in control, they all look to course. Tyranny is the real word. Voices and opinions are never heard. We all work in the working mass. We all work for the ruling class. State relies on the working man. If there's a party in the fatherland, they all kneel to the party elite, all enslaved to the fascists.
From here on out is where the notes get more lazy on my part, where I just was like, well, they're too detailed, where I didn't trim. So I'm going to also, because of that, blow through stuff quicker, I think.
Well, a lot of this is also like there's just so much of like, and then this happened, and then this happened, and then
there's a lot of shit.
There's a lot of detail, and like I feel like it would have been just rewriting the book if you were to have taken like more detailed notes.
Yeah,
like,
right.
I was
I'm saying the opposite is I did not trim and condense as much as I should have this time. That's my problem. Yeah. I need to have a lot more time for that next time is what I've decided, because this is getting unsustainable the way I've been doing this, I think.
I think that it is definitely a testament to how well written this book is, that at no point, even though there is so much detail, at no point does it feel like the sort of stereotypical, and on this date this happened, and on this date
he does a really good job. He does a really good job.
It flows really naturally.
Yes, it's very good, lively prose. For anybody who's listening to this, you should read this book. Sort of like what Josiah and I talked about with the with that Eye of Vichy thing. It seems like it's gonna be a slog, and then you're experiencing it and going, "Oh, this is actually very, very good."
Well, and I had kind of an issue with like trying to edit the notes or whatever, because a lot of times I started just kind of copying my notes I took while reading, because he structures the book in the way I would want to structure this as a podcast episode. As like sometimes, I'm doing the notes for this and I'm like rearranging everything. I did mostly the rearranging at the beginning because I wanted to stick most of his like grand statements about fascism at the beginning. But like, from there on out, I mean, honestly, it's just structured the way I want to talk about it. Honestly,
it's genuinely a well designed book. Like, here's some intelligent design. This book.
There you go. Well, let's go to stage 2. The assholes get into politics.
What's that sound like?
They're rooting in the political system is the official title for that. So let's look at some successful fascisms. The ones that worked, that got themselves rooted in the political system here.
It feels bad to say successful fascism.
Yeah, I mean, a bad thing succeeding here. So, Italy, 1920 to 1922, we're going to the Po Valley. Mussolini had a brief stint where he tried to do his whole fascism thing electorally, and it did not work. In November 1919, it failed elections, didn't work. So his movement was saved by Squadrismo, or the Black Shirts, as they will become to known. These are strong armed squads which use tactics they learned as soldiers to attack internal enemies. They started off by like burning the Balkan Hotel and intimidating Slovenes on the streets, real scumbag paramilitaries, right?
Yeah.
Now around the same time, Gabriele D'Annunzio, led this popular militant nationalist movement. And on September 1919, they took over this port, the Fiume.
Yeah, it's probably that.
Yeah. It was a port that had been awarded to Yugoslavia at the Treaty of Versailles at the end of World War I.
Yes.
And so he took over this port, Yugoslavia won't have this port, declared it the Republic of Carnaro. He used public theatricality that Mussolini would later adopt. So he actually is where Mussolini got the Roman salute from. So there you go.
Don't do it.
Classic.
The Prime Minister of Italy negotiated making Fiume a international city, and then used the Italian Navy to disperse the volunteers and crush this movement. And Mussolini was smart and learned from this. And so he was like, we got to make deals with the center because they'll just like crush us. You have to be like willing to work with them.
Because if you do work with them, they will pick you.
Yeah, they will reward you. And and here's where they will. So because he learned this, the situation that he found the ability to insert himself into was in the Po Valley. So big planters in Italy hated socialists because they organized the landless laborers to get better working conditions.
Hate when they do that.
Socialists won the elections, had a bunch of victories in 1919 elections. And so the Po Valley in 1920, every farmer needing workmen was required to visit the labor exchange, which mandated better pay and year-round employment. Farmers felt, pressed because cash crops earned less money in the post-war economy, and they were angry that the personal status as master of their domain was becoming diminished because they had to go to this labor exchange. But even worse, the local officials were all socialists, and the prime minister was a liberal who didn't want direct intervention to break strikes. So the Po Valley farmers went to the black shirts for help.
And also just again, okay, so like that's fucking ice. But it is. It is. But also
it is.
Like it really is a category error to call these people farmers. And I believe that
landowners, yeah.
I believe that now too. Like most of the people who call themselves farmers aren't actually doing the fucking work. They're not farmers. They're plantation owners.
Yeah.
You know? It's another rant that is
We're losing the farming. We're losing the farmer audience.
Go back to the Ramp Hollow episode where we get into all that.
Yeah. Golly. Sorry.
So, the black shirts burned down the labor exchange. A bunch of labor exchanges attacked socialist offices, invaded the city hall in Bologna. In the first 6 months of 1921, the squads destroyed 17 newspapers and printing works, 59 people's houses, which were socialist headquarters, 119 chambers of labor, socialist employment offices, 107 cooperatives, 83 peasants' leagues, 151 socialist clubs, and 151 cultural organizations. Between January 1st and April 7, 1921, 102 people were killed, 25 fascists, 41 socialists, 20 police, and 16 others. So they unleashed hell. But on the flip side, the fascists also gave peasants jobs in land that were donated by, as Paxton put it, far-sighted owners. You know what I mean? They were like, okay, if we give up a little bit of land, we can keep the peasants from going into a revolt here.
Yes,
and that helped coax them away from socialist unions.
Sir, the peasants are revolting, I know, but what do we do about them?
The black shirts became more daring. They started occupying whole cities. By early 1922, the fascist squads were a de facto power in northeastern Italy. And local police and army commanders lent their arms and trucks to black shirts. Local prefects turned blind eyes to their activism because it was all on behalf of the establishment. It was all on behalf of the economic order.
I think it's notable, too, that Italian fascism started in the north, and that's where the power base of the current far-right government in Italy is located and has its, that's where it started. Again, I mean, just somebody needs to ask people in northern Italy what the fuck's going on with them. Why are you guys so weird?
Yeah, absolutely.
They're just,
Why can't you just be normal? Screams Italianly.
This is how they kind of, worked themselves into the system. They both were essentially thugs on behalf of the big landowners, but they had public works programs that helped satisfy the working classes. This is the kind of game they played, right? Of course, because they were doing this kind of balancing act, that meant a lot of the purists start leaving the party. This is going to be a trend throughout this entire thing, right? And they were replaced by sons of landowners, younger policemen, army officers, NCOs, the movement's composition started to pivot right wing. So the little bits of socialism that were floating around at the beginning of this disappeared around this time.
And we don't even get the bits of socialism now.
Yeah, no, not even that.
No, we don't.
And because of this, Mussolini kind of softened on a lot of his anti-capitalism. He watered down his ideas of nationalization and heavy taxes.
He was an atheist, but he
softened on the Catholic Church.
Yeah. He was like, well, you know what? You guys are okay as long as you vote for me, basically.
Yeah. As long as you shut up.
Yeah. And by 1922, he completely abandoned republicanism. He's like, fine, whatever. We can have a king. I don't care.
That ended up being, as we'll talk about, that ends up being really, really crucial to him getting power.
Yep. And then losing power.
Yes.
Prime Minister Giolitti prepared parliamentary elections in May of 1921, and he included fascists in his electoral coalition alongside liberals and nationalists. Yep.
I mean, obviously it wasn't that at the time, but imagine today being like, we're bringing in the fascists.
Yes, 35 candidates were elected to the Italian chamber on behalf of
we have essentially done that though. Like we just don't call them fascists.
No, I know.
But like that's they did let those people.
Yeah, when we look back, we're gonna be like, our word for fascism will be like Tea Party or MAGA or something like.
Yeah,
like we let them in when we like. Yeah,
whatever word we're going to use to talk about, Newt Gingrich and that whole
the paleo conservatives. Anyway.
Yeah. Let's see. We've also got Germany. So Schleswig-Holstein from 1928 to 1933. This is kind of where the Nazis got their start, and a lot of this was through farmers that had traditionally supported the Conservative Nationalist Party at the time, slowly getting won over to the Nazis for kind of similar reasons. Although they weren't doing as much violence outright in the beginning, the Nazis, they would go on to do a lot more violence actually later on, but
that's a fun way of putting that.
Yeah, Hitler was a lot better at working with a mass electorate. He was good at playing on the fears of ordinary Germans. But a lot of his like theatrics and intense demagoguery or whatever, it costs a lot of money. So the Orthodox Marxist view has been that German businessmen helped prop him up, but the close scrutiny of business archives showed that Germans hedged their bets, contributing to all the non-socialist electoral formations that showed any sign of success. In fact, their favorite was actually Franz von Papen, who will become important later.
This is literally just how it goes now.
Yep.
You donate to everybody as long as it's not the left.
I mean, yeah, just look at corporate donations anywhere. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
But a lot of their money actually came from big rallies and the sale of pamphlets and memorabilia and stuff. So that was, actually a small contribution. Yeah, frankly.
Well, in a callback to Ayavishi, the selling the photo of Pétain.
Yeah. Absolutely. That was them trying to copy the Nazi thing. Yeah. So they slowly worked themselves into coalitions with these conservatives. And kind of became a catch-all party. And eventually just became indispensable to any non-socialist coalition because of the electoral work they were able to do in Schleswig-Holstein. So there you go.
Which again, they did, the sort of beer hall putsch, which was in, I know we're not quite there yet, but that's in Bavaria, and that's where the German right is traditionally very strong. They're also very strong right now in the former communist areas of Germany. But the German right is traditionally very strong in Bavaria. It's like, again, it's one of those things where you just kind of want to be like, what is in the water there?
They want to return to tradition and wear the lederhosen.
Yeah. I suppose you could say the same thing about lots of places in the United States, though, too. So,
of course.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, failed fascisms.
Let's look at some failures. So France, 1924 to 40. Okay, the fast version here is we have a couple fascist movements that eventually just didn't get to power in France. So Georges Valois founds a Fasco? I don't know. Or
probably.
Fascio. Whatever. The French take on fascism, fascist. In response to, a center-left coalition victory in 1925. They borrowed their name directly from Mussolini. You also have Pierre Taittinger, a champagne magnate. He formed a more traditionally nationalist Young Patriots movement.
Sorry, that's the most French thing I've ever fucking heard.
Oh, for real?
The champagne king wanted to do a return situation. What the fuck?
You have a lot of these movements spring up even more during the Depression, and they even led to a bunch of massive street demonstrations in February 6, 1934, specifically in front of the Chamber of Deputies, where 16 people were killed. They were able to topple a French government, but were not strong enough to install one. And basically, the quick version of this, without getting too much into the weeds with this, is that the Popular Front crushed them. Eventually, there was a strong Republican Democratic tradition tradition in France that just prevented this from ever fully taking hold. And it wouldn't take until the fucking Germans invaded for them to actually like do this.
Yeah, and to a certain extent, that sort of popular front is still kind of holding in France. It's why the Le Pen Front National keeps not winning full elections, because they get to the runoffs and enough people in France essentially vote as a popular front type bloc and just go, okay, well, we're not letting the Nazis take over.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure, we hate Muslims. We're not Nazis.
It's the Joker. I might be a homicidal sociopath, but I am an American homicidal sociopath.
Yeah, so Paxton also thinks that part of the reason fascism could never really ascend in France outside of the Republican tradition was that no one person really rose to being the leader of the fascist movement. There are lots of squabbling small groups that preferred ideological purity and really just weren't serious about taking power. You know what I mean? Weren't willing to make compromises to get power.
And nobody charismatic enough to pull it off either.
I don't know anyone like that. Surely there's nothing in the American left that's like that at all.
You also had the green shirts in France too, which was a farmers movement that was overtly fascist, but just failed to create a national movement. So again, all these little squabbling groups that just nothing really came of.
Yeah. And then when they sort of got one, it was Pétain, who is just like a pathetic old man.
Yeah.
Sorry, green shirts, and that's just reminding me of the Gilets jaunes, who that was a populist kind of
sometimes,
like a sort of vaguely left coded protest movement that started and then very quickly got co-opted by the right, like very quickly.
Yeah, anyway, absolutely.
All right, that's just a stray thought that entered my head there.
Yeah, I think the closest movement for him was the one led by Colonel Francois de la Roque, which was the Parti Social Français. And it did a better job of trying to look moderate and Republican or whatever. And it was kind of powerful in the 30s. It had veterans organizations, a paramilitary force. It was warning of Bolshevik invasion. It was, interestingly though, it rejected anti-Semitism. It liked Mussolini, but hated the Germans. It was the largest party on the eve of the war, but then the 1940 elections were canceled due to the war. So there's an alternate timeline where France did maybe get there, but actually the invasion of Germany ended it, which is kind of weird.
Oh my gosh, imagine that. Oh, I don't like it. Okay.
All right, now we got a few other failures here. So we have the Arrow Cross Party. Let's see. There was like this Hungarian fascist movement, but by the time that it was winning, votes or whatever, the government was firmly in the hands of a conservative military dictatorship under Admiral Horthy. So nothing came of that.
And that's the sort of thing where, like, now that the conservatives actually have like strong power and an authoritarian power, they don't need to make compromises with an even further right. They can just be like, well, no, I don't need you. Like, I'm in charge.
That's one of Paxton's big takeaways from this chunk, is that actually authoritarian conservative governments that already exist, or already authoritarian conservative governments, generally don't end up having fascist movements because they don't really need them,
Yeah. It's like we're already in charge. Like,
exactly.
Yeah, you need the crisis. You need the dysfunction.
Yeah. The longer you can keep that dysfunction going on, the easier it is for these more fascistic tendencies to wiggle their way into coalitions or power within these larger, more quote unquote acceptable political groups. Sorry, Jake, I interrupted you.
Oh, I was just going to say this next one is the coolest name.
The Legion of the Archangel Michael in Romania.
Yeah. It's so cringe. It's so cringe, but it's awesome.
Also known as the Iron Guard would be maybe the more common term for them. We'll talk a little bit more about them, I believe, in stage 3, because that he spends a little more time on them. They're really nasty. They were really Catholic though. That was also kind of their unique thing, was they're very traditionalist and religious, which was kind of different than a lot of these other movements.
Yes, and then eventually is part of the reason why they don't actually end up expanding their support base enough.
You have a fascist movement in Belgium. A lot of it, another Catholic one as well. It won some of the popular vote in 1936. A lot of these got stopped, it seems like, by the war just happening and stuff like that. The case with Belgium, though, is the conservative establishment united against him and pushed him out. So they didn't win over the conservatives. You have the Dutch National Socialists, Beweging
Nationaal Socialistische Beweging.
They won like 7.94% of the vote national elections, but then started declining after 1935. So they just didn't get the support.
I did like this quote that you pulled up, and I do kind of want to just quick say
sure,
it. So,
go for it.
The rapid rise and equally rapid decline reveals how hard it is for a fascist leader to keep the bubble intact after managing to assemble a heterogeneous protest vote. Rapid flows of the vote into a new catch-all party could be a two-way current. Feverish swelling of the party could be followed by an equally rapid collapse if it did not establish itself as capable of representing some important interest and gratifying ambitious career politicians. One big vote is not enough to root a fascist party.
Yeah. Absolutely. You also have, I'm only bringing this up because he'll kind of come up later, but is Vidkun Quisling in Norway. Barely won anything.
The European Benedict Arnold.
Yeah.
I mean, it is interesting because like the south of Norway is like very evangelical and like right wing to this day. Like, and they have like a very, I don't know if like we're talking, maybe there's just something in the water. And
isn't that where Breivik came from?
Yeah, Norway.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's from the south, but yeah.
Gotcha. And then we've got Oswald Mosley.
Yeah, you have the British Union of Fascists, which essentially like was kind of rising and had like some converts or whatever. But the Night of the Long Knives in Germany just completely led to 90% of their membership leaving when it happened.
And also
we cannot be associated with this.
Yeah, they're like, we're not doing this. And I also think they were really using a lot of explicitly fascist like Nazi imagery or whatever, and that just didn't vibe in Britain in the same way.
No, and what is it? It's the Battle of Something Street, where basically the fascists tried to like do a march, and everyone just came and beat the shit out of them, and that sort of like proved that like these guys ain't shit. Like just hit them. And I know that sounds counterintuitive because we've talked about all of the ways in which these fascist parties would mobilize violence to sort of amp themselves up. Create a sense of chaos that the government can't, control, and also to just, scare people and cow them into submission. But and not to denigrate the people who did fight against these fascist movements while they were brewing up. But I do think it is sort of instructive that, just beating the shit out of them helps.
It's a good deterrent.
Yeah.
I do like this side note's kind of crazy. Yeah, this is basically nothing, not relevant at all. But you had Colonel O'Duffy's blue shirts in Ireland. That was an attempted fascist blue shirts
sounds like a Simpsons thing. I don't know why.
Nothing really came of them.
Made me sad.
W.B. Yeats wrote their anthem. So cool, man.
That actually killed me because I've been really getting into Yeats poetry.
Yeah,
and it's like when you are old still hits though. That's a good one. In Easter 1916, read by Liam Neeson. Also not a great dude, but but really good at reading Easter 1916. Anthony Hopkins reading. Oh no, it's Anthony Hopkins does Love Song of Alfred J. Prufrock, which is T.S. Eliot, but that's different. Anyway, I've been on a poetry kick.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
They were able to muster together 300 guys to go fight for Franco in the Spanish Civil War. Like that's about it. That was the height of their achievements. Cool. So yeah, it's not enough to imitate fascism. You need a crisis or an opening of political space, a skill at alliance building, and cooperation from existing elites. That's kind of the takeaway here. So So, kind of the takeaways from here are that, like, yeah, you need this space opened up in the political system to seize, kind of root itself in the political system. I think this is an interesting question to return to Trump, and kind of the Trump era moment here, where I think, like, part of where a lot of people went wrong in arguing about whether Trump was a fascist or not is that we took the Trump's first term as like stage 3 or 4. And so we're like, well, then that's not it. I think that's his first term was stage 2.
Mm-hmm. Getting rooted. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That was just them. And it's kind of weird that it happened that way, that it was like through winning a presidency. But it's kind of like, think about the Biden era, conservatism during that era, right? It was much more mobilized. It was willing to work with these freaks and shit that were brought out by Trump winning the 2016 election. Mm-hmm. And so I don't know. I think that's kind of interesting in the trajectory we've seen it happen in the United States here I think, the winning the presidency the first time wasn't enough at that point. The movement wasn't organized enough.
It's almost like that was the proof of concept.
Yeah. Like, Trump can win
for the establishment.
Yeah. Trump can win and govern, like that was what was proved in those 4 years, and govern as a conservative.
And then now in this, because there's remarkably less chaos at the executive level this time around than there was the first time, because in the first administration, the first Trump administration, it was just a revolving door, because there were conservatives who sort of thought that they could like act as a sort of moderating influence on the man.
Dude, they were doing the Von Papen.
Yeah, exactly. And they just got chewed up and spit out. And now what you have is just like, no, these people are just in the tank now.
Yeah.
Over the last over the last decade, essentially, people have either decided that they're just not going to be Republicans anymore or conservatives anymore. They're either going to do that, or they're just in. I'm just in, and I'm going to do whatever he says I need to do.
Yeah.
It also kind of reminds me of that Thomas Jefferson quote about slavery, but it kind of applies here. It's like, it's like having a wolf by the ears. You don't like it, but you dare not let go.
Yeah. Which, I mean, it is exactly this conservative fascist coalition. This is what it looks like. You know what I mean? I was thinking a lot about this shit as we were reading this, and then just going to like, I sent you guys, I think it was, who was it that was on the Adam Friedland show? It was really interesting in light of the book. Scott Jennings. Oh, gotcha. And his pivot from being a never Trumper to pro-Trump really did sound an awful lot like exactly what's being described in this book, where he started to be like, look, I didn't like him at the time, but at the end of the day, Trump's going after the enemies of Western civilization.
Like you didn't like Jan 6, and you kind of like were critical of Trump. You were like a Republican who was critical of Trump, and then kind of what people labeled your turn as is a heel turn, kind of in a in like a professional wrestling context. What motivated your evolution, I'd say?
Well, first of all, I voted for Trump 3 times.
Yeah.
And I voted Republican my entire life. So it's not really all that unusual for me to be supporting Republicans. But I think if you look back on all my years at CNN, sometimes Trump does things I don't like, and I've said that on the air. A lot of times he does things I like very much, and I've said that on the air. So I think there's a class of Republican out there that hates Trump so much that they want everybody to not just turn against Trump, but turn against their own party and vote Democrat forever and ever. And I just fundamentally disagree with that.
Yeah.
We're in a fight for the future of Western civilization. You want me to go out here and vote for Kamala Harris to save conservatism? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
What would you qualify as your political project? Like currently, what is the one thing that you're advocating for that you want to see happen?
That I want to see happen?
Yeah, down.
Well, look, I think we're not arguing about politics as usual anymore. I think there's a war on the future of the West. I think Western civilization hangs in the balance. I think Elon is right about this.
Who's fighting the West? The East?
No, the West. The West is the civilization that has given us everything from the Bible to the university to the Constitution.
But who's against the West?
Well, let's see. How about the terrorists in the Middle East? How about the people who think the United States of America was a rotten, failed experiment, needs to be ripped out root and branch?
Who said
How about people who believe that we should have mass migration from all over the world and no borders?
Whose idea is that?
The left right now.
The left?
That is their
all
project.
over the world here?
That is their project.
Really?
He's mean to the people I want to be mean to, so I don't care that he's uncouth or whatever. Like, yeah.
Yeah. Also, I think really important for the American context is this comparison with the German context. So, quoting from Paxton here, what comparison reveals about Wilhelmian Germany is not that it had more numerous or more powerful anti-Semites and rebels against modernity than other European states, but that in a political crisis, the German army and bureaucracy were less subject to effective judicial or political oversight. Yeah. Which I think is really important to thinking about in the U.S. right now, too, right? Yeah. Is like I don't think you have fascism in the U.S. without the existence of the Department of Homeland Security.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Plus, the point about effective judicial oversight is key. Our courts are just completely filled with Trump appointees. That's like half of what the first term was about. Literally just him sitting at his desk and just getting FedSoc.
The most insane people in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah. And speaking of, like political or judicial oversight, whatever, now that they've, we're bombing Iran and the fucking Secretary of Defense is telling people that like they're on a mission from Jesus to do it. Like, what the fuck? And that like didn't result in mass resignations.
And they're voting against they're voting against
war powers resolutions.
War powers. That's just like
Yeah,
but we're seeing the idea that the Secretary of Defense could tell the military that they were doing a war for Jesus, and like nobody in the chain of command went, "All right, I'm turning in my stars." Like, no, like that's bad.
The structure doesn't feel capable of change. We have so much deference to the existing American structure that the idea of changing it at all seems crazy. And so because of that, you get the right asshole at the fucking, steering wheel. It's going to be used for these ends. Like, I think that fascism in America is best understood in a lot of ways as a post-Cold War phenomenon and a post-war on terror phenomenon. We allowed unchecked executive power, police agencies, military agencies, whatever, to continue to wage increasingly unconstitutional, military operations or whatever. And just kind of
against other people and against ourselves.
Yeah. And this power eventually was going to have somebody grab hold of it who wants to do a dictatorship. Like, we allowed this to fester.
Yeah, I know it's sometimes maybe useful and easy to talk about the power, the exercise of power as unconstitutional. It's a good way to talk to Americans about it because the Constitution is it's so important. It's almost holy to a lot of Americans. A lot of this is, I think, even in the absence of the Constitution, this is like, maybe I'm too much of a legal realist, but like Chris said earlier, the Constitution doesn't matter to someone with a gun. And the slow creep of this police state, of these squadristi into the everyday life of Americans, we're now at the point where, and maybe we've just always been at the point where the Constitution doesn't matter. I mean, we tricked our nation, just straight up lied to our nation into killing 1 million Iraqi civilians, and now people want that guy back. But I digress. But it's
the situation we're in is a culmination of like 100 years of American history at least, and a lot of it is that we allowed a different but maybe analogous situation to happen here that happened in Germany. In allowing the military and the executive to be able to function with very little democratic oversight.
And I think really importantly, the judiciary.
And the judiciary,
basically no democratic oversight.
No, none at all. And I mean, not to mention, the executive, we just kind of like Congress just kind of got to a point it just doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't do anything
for the executive. It doesn't stop the executive.
We're basically a monarchy. We're basically a constitutional monarchy.
Yeah, we just don't want to admit it to ourselves. Yeah. I mean, Congress really doesn't do shit anymore, except sometimes decide that the government turns off.
Yeah. They pass budgets sometimes.
Yeah.
Crosses and Nazi payloads, they follow. Lashes and grins, ass backwards medicines, they follow. They know I might need you to lead and part the sea so we can cross. If they follow us still, I might need you to kill. Every rumen, every human at will.
Let's dive into stage 3 here now, in line because this is kind of where we're going here. So we have stage 3 here, Assholes Ascendant, their seizure of power. Now, I kind of like how Paxton does kind of an interesting thing here where he says that fascists, unlike a lot of other political projects, they take power before they seize power. So he kind of divides this into 2 chunks. And I think that's kind of interesting. So let's look at them taking power first.
I think a good way to think about this is essentially the sort of problem that I've kind of talked about before of just like they kind of check, they fuck around, and they see if they find out. And if they don't, then they're sort of like, when it comes to the actual seizing of power part, it's like, well, who's going to stop me? Because you didn't stop me before, you know? So they
Frog and Scorpion.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So Mussolini's march on Rome. During a deadlock in Italian parliament here, 1919, they were kind of in a deadlock between the Marxists and the Christian Democrats who are at odds, and liberals and conservatives were kind of struggling in the middle to govern without a majority. And the solution came when the Prime Minister Giolitti decided to include fascists on his ticket in 1921. There was a lot of attempt to stop Mussolini as he was, seizing public buildings and slowly kind of taking shit over. And then they decided to march on Rome. Yeah, so have the black shirts march to Rome. There was a bunch of vigorous countermeasures to try to stop him. They reinforced garrisons. They ordered the police and the railroad officials to stop fascist trains at 5 checkpoints. And they actually did stop a lot of them.
I thought Mussolini made the trains run on time.
That's what I've been told. But
famously, they got worse.
They stopped about 20,000 black shirts at different checkpoints. So only about 9,000 arrived, poorly armed and with no supplies, just kind of milling around in the rain outside of Rome. And so really, the reason January 6th might be a better parallel to this than it seems is this, right? It's pathetic, right? But then the thing that was different from January 6th versus this is that they had a king in Italy, and a king that was fed up with Parliament and the deadlock. So at the last moment, how King Victor Emmanuel III decided not to sign a martial law decree, to kind of resist them. And he offered the prime minister role directly to Mussolini. So
isn't it weird that Italy's sorry, I know you're moving to a quote, but isn't it weird that their king's name is Victor Emmanuel III?
That's
the king
crazy.
of Italy.
Italy's crazy.
It doesn't. That's not like Italian at all.
You haven't been around long enough.
Well, but also like it's just not a very Italian sounding name.
Quoting here, Mussolini arrived in Rome from Milan on the morning of October 30th. Not at the head of his black shirts, but by railway sleeping car.
So funny.
He called upon the king clad incongruously in morning coat and black shirt, a sartorial reflection of his ambiguous situation, partly a legal claimant to office, partly the leader of an insurrectionary band. "Sire, forgive my attire," he is said to have told the king mendaciously. "I come from the battlefields." So,
like, bro, you didn't do shit.
I come from the battlefield is so cringe.
But like you were saying, Josiah, this is instructive, and sort of the ways in which it kind of parallels what we've talked about with January 6th, and a way that I think that now is different than 2020 or 2021, I guess, is that, like you were saying, Italy had a king at that point. I think if anything similar happens again, Trump's just going to act like he's the king.
I mean, there was a good part of me that thought Trump was going to walk in and on January 6th. I was like,
but I think they'll have stones to actually try it. If something, if it's not an absolute landslide, they're already, they say they're joking, but they're like not joking. They're talking about Trump being the president again, even though that's not allowed. They're already talking about it.
Yeah, but then, again, there's a lot of things that aren't allowed that they're just doing.
That they just do regardless. Exactly. That's like, who's going to stop them? Yeah, who is going to stop them? And that's why I say they're joking about it, but it's like, they're not really joking. They aren't.
And we won't even get like a cringe line like, forgive my attire, I come from the battlefields. We'll just get some stupid Trump bullshit.
I've got the right. I've got the right to. The Supreme Court has said I can do whatever I want. I've got supreme executive authority.
President.
You've never seen a more constitutional. People are saying I'm very constitutional.
So the March on Rome was essentially just a gigantic bluff that worked. Like, they didn't have the power to overthrow the government, but the king decided, I would rather, deal with Mussolini as head of government than lead to just black shirts causing chaos throughout the country constantly. Like, fine, whatever. That was kind of the thought process.
That was the wrong choice, sir.
It was a very dumb choice. Now, this is different than the more complex way of taking power that Hitler took, right? Okay. So he didn't get a proper. Well, he did kind of have his March on Rome, and it didn't work. Which was the beer hall.
This
push,
was
right?
This was January 6th.
Yeah. This was. He tried his own march on November 8th, 1923 here, tried to kidnap the leaders of the Bavarian government to force them to support a coup against the government in Berlin. He was convinced that local army authorities wouldn't resist the Nazis, since they had, a World War I hero with them, and really underestimated military fidelity to the chain of command.
Which is, I think, becoming a really, really big problem here.
Yes,
in the United States.
Yeah, the deference to the military. Well, exactly right. So he bet on them defecting, and really, really lost out here because they were like, no, we're going to stick with who's in charge. So he had a takeaway there. Oh, I got to get in charge, and then they'll do whatever I say.
Yes. Because right now conservatives are betting that they'll, instead of having fidelity to the Constitution, they have fidelity to whoever is in charge. And that happens to be a conservative right now.
Right. Mm-hmm. So Hitler vowed to never take power by force, which meant sticking to the Constitution. And this is why I think Germany is really insightful for understanding what's happening here, is because, I think a lot of people understand fascism as some sort of like violent insurrection that takes over and seizes the country or whatever. And really, it's not. It happens via legal means, legitimate elections, legitimate, whatever. And so, Hitler, was able to seize on the economic crash of the 1930s. We enter the Great Depression. Weimar Republic ends up in a deadlock. And you have, Nazis and communists on either end, leaving a heterogeneous middle that couldn't form a coalition. Here we go. Yet again, polarization, parliamentary deadlock.
It doesn't do enough. I would say one thing that I would a little bit critique here is just talking about the extent to which Germany and the Weimar government really was screwed over by the terms of the peace.
Sure.
And the ways in which European and American governments just sort of left Weimar hung out to dry. They threw them into the rapids without a life vest or anything. And we're like, I hope you can swim.
That does play a role, though, because in June 1929 was the Young Plan, which was they negotiated reduced rates for reparations. But a lot of nationalists took that as just agreeing to the reparations, allowing them to continue rather than fighting back. So you have even more nationalist anger kind of in the air. And that people being pissed off about the Young Plan and just kind of the general economic situation in the 30s is what catapulted the Nazis into a more serious electoral party. And they got to a point that any parliamentary majority would now require socialists or Nazis. So you have to pick one. Which do you think Hindenburg picks?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Can't be having those filthy reds.
Here, I'm going to just read this quote here. So the nearest thing to a putsch in Weimar Germany in the early 30s came not from the Nazis, but from their conservative predecessor, Chancellor Franz von Papen. On July 20th, 1932, von Papen, I'm just going to keep mispronouncing that. Von Papen? Papen.
It's whatever.
Papen deposed the legitimately elected government of the state of Prussia, a coalition of socialists and the Catholic Center Party, and prevailed upon President Hindenburg to use his emergency powers to install a new state administration headed by von Papen. I think I just said the opposite of what you just told me to say. That act might legitimately have triggered strong counteraction from the left. The SPD leaders, however, deterred by strong legalitarian convictions, advancing age, the futility of the strike weapon during mass unemployment, and perhaps legitimate fears that that action by the left might perversely throw even more middle-class Germans into the arm of the Nazis, limited their response to a futile lawsuit against von Papen. Having failed to offer effective opposition to his illegal actions in 1932, the socialists had even less occasion to act against Hitler, who avoided any direct assault on legality until he was already in unshakable control in 1933. Now, the communists also fucked up here, is what I was going to also add here. They thought that Nazi success might help the communist cause by sending off a pendulum movement, maybe trigger the revolution.
They were doing acceleration as
they really were. Unironically. Yeah.
They were okay with heightening the contradictions.
In fact, in 1932, they cooperated with the Nazis in a wildcat strike against the Berlin transport system.
When he said that,
that's rough, guys.
Dude, they're literally doing red-brown shit. My God. They're doing the Nazbol.
So you got the last two Weimar chancellors here, Franz von Papen and Kurt von Schleicher. Okay. Von Papen tried to govern without politicians through a cabinet of barons composed of technical experts and non-political eminences.
Yes. What does that sound like?
Yeah.
That sounds like the last two Democratic administrations.
Yeah, because they were not able to get any sort of just parliament to fucking work. So just we'll have a bunch of, make the cabinet kind of run everything.
Yep.
They gambled at holding elections, and that just gave the Nazis more power. So they offered Hitler the powerless vice chancellor position, which Hitler turned down because for a fascist movement to work, they got to be in top dog. They got to be able to win. That's what the failed ones have taught us, right?
Yeah. And then this is the craziest. This is the craziest parts when they're like, when von Papen has the biggest galaxy brain idea.
Yeah, great idea here. What if we lift the ban on SA uniforms? What if we just let the brown shirts do shit?
Step one, let the brown shirts get back into action.
We'll start,
Step two.
Question mark. Step three, profit.
Step three, agree to be vice chancellor in the next round of elections. I think I jumped ahead a little bit.
No, you're good. You're good.
But he literally goes, look, I've been out because von Papen's in power. He gets replaced with von Schleicher. And Schleicher's trying to patch up some stuff, some relations with different factions.
Yeah,
and then von Papen is like, I'm pissed at Schleicher. He took over my shit. So he's like, I'm gonna get back at him. I'm going to be vice. I'm going to be vice chancellor, and I'm going to make Hitler chancellor, and I'm going to pull the strings because this guy's just a bumpkin from Austria. He can't. Yeah. He doesn't know what he's doing. I got this. Galaxy brain.
Yep. Galaxy so yeah, he made a deal, make Hitler chancellor and himself deputy chancellor. Expecting that Hitler's not gonna be able to do shit. He's not, doesn't have the political experience or whatever. So von Papen talked Hindenburg into that deal. Hindenburg was convinced by his son that Schleicher was planning to install a military dictatorship. So out of panic, he agreed, and Hitler became chancellor on January 30th, 1933. Oh man.
The Socialist Party basically just doing a lawsuit in the face of von Papen dissolving their government is also just very reminiscent of what happens
very Democrat
now.
That's very Democrat.
It's very reminiscent of what happens. I'm like, because even if they succeed, it doesn't matter. Even if you win, like, okay, cool, you got an injunction, great. They'll just take it up it'll get appealed to a higher level. And if they're being smart about how they're court shopping, like, they won't lose. And then,
but also it doesn't even matter if they lose. Because let them enforce it.
Exactly.
That's the story. That is the story of when you want to do bad stuff in America, and everyone's like, "You can't do it. The law says you can't." All you have to do is go right back to Andrew Jackson with his. I always imagine him in like some dark room in the White House with like a fire going. His face is like half lit. There's like a thunderstorm in the window. And the lightning flashes, and he's like, "Let them enforce it."
Yes, he's made his ruling. Now let them enforce it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That, and then I also like when he's like, "The bank is trying to kill me, but I will kill it." Just some weird Andrew Jackson, dude. Andrew Jackson, what an evil motherfucker.
Yes.
Anyway.
But all of this is sort of, to a point that I've made before, which is that like Democratic politicians should have basically said that to the court like a long time ago. Long time ago. They should have said, if a ruling comes down, just be like, well, fuck you.
That's the problem. You got to do it first. Like in a situation where there is this deadlock, it sucks. I'm sorry. You gotta play the game. You gotta pack the courts. You gotta do some shit. You gotta like figure something out because
it's a one-way ratchet.
It's gonna flip back to them, and they're gonna say, "Let them enforce it." Mm-hmm. Like great stuff. We're doing great.
So important here takeaways from both of this is that neither Italian fascists nor Nazis won elections with complete majorities, and also neither used a coup d'etat. Both were invited to take office by a head of state in the constitutionally legitimate exercise of his official functions during a condition of extreme crisis. So like all of them came to power legally. Yeah. Insurrectionary coups have never brought fascists to power. This is really interesting because it just kind of goes against, I think, our perception of it. In fact, you can look at a few examples of that. Part of the reason the Iron Guard in Romania never came to power is they kept trying to do a fucking coup.
And eventually everyone just got sick of it and was like, no, go away.
Yeah. I mean, they did 3 different insurrections. I'm not going to go through all of these, but basically they were at one point or another even offered like a position in the official party of one of King Carol, assuming dictatorial powers in the 30s, tried to co-opt them into his official party, and they refused. So, like, Romania did not play its cards correctly, like to get in power, the Romanian fascists. The Austrian Nazi Party did a coup in 1934 and crushed the existing chancellor, who then was succeeded by another chancellor who repressed the Nazis. So, I
also just want to point out that coup in 1934 is like, or 1934 is like generally the accepted end of the era of Red Vienna. Yeah. Where socialists controlled Vienna and kind of created the public housing standard that's still like a big thing to this day, and is like one of the reasons Vienna is widely considered one of the most like livable cities in the world. That's just like a decade and a half of socialist control of Vienna, and then the Nazis took over. Or not, sorry, not the Nazis, this Fatherland Front.
Yeah, the Fatherland Front. Yeah, the clerical authoritarian party. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Right. So yeah, you have to, the fascist movements have to cooperate with the existing establishment in some way in order to take power. And, yeah, there were attractive things to cooperating with the fascists. If you were a conservative, right? They had a mass following that was able to form parliamentary majorities without calling upon the left. They had fresh young faces to a public weary of an aging establishment. They found that nationalism was the magic formula for weaning workers away from Marxism and socialism. It worked better than previous reactionary attempts of focusing on deference or religion or schooling. Yeah, so part of the takeaway here is you have to both end up as top dog, like for fascists to win, they have to end up as top dog, but also cooperate with the establishment. Like you kind of have to do both. So you can't be in a diminished position, but you also have to be cooperating with the existing structure. And taking advantage of crisis.
Yeah, and the role that the media plays when reporting on all of this is also important. If you've got conservative people in charge of media organs, then that, like as we talk about, the sort of normalization of violence on the left, just essentially the way that everything is framed when it comes, like when it is disseminated to people is really, really important. And so, yeah, you can make right-wing violence, seem not quite harmless, but, acceptable and excused. And then left-wing violence is,
terrorism.
Latched onto as though, it's terrorism, or it's latched onto as, somehow emblematic and, symptomatic of an entire type of political thought. Anyway,
and it's also important to remember that at this time there was a sense that a Bolshevik revolution could happen at any moment.
Yeah, I mean, because it had happened.
Because it had just happened like a decade or two prior. And this is also where I would like to quote Paxton here to respond to a lot of people saying that there's not an organized left in the U.S., so it doesn't count. Quote from Paxton in Anatomy of Fascism, quote, "Fear of an imagined communist revolution could mobilize conservatives as powerfully as the real thing." End quote.
Got him.
Read the fucking book, guys.
Got him.
The Nazi leaders themselves were convinced that a communist revolution could happen at any point. They had direct plans for action against a potential communist revolution. So yeah, just because there wasn't about to be a communist revolution in Germany doesn't mean that they didn't do it anyway. And I think the role of mass media right now really plays an important role in this because, okay, sure, there is not an organized left, there is not a Bolshevik revolution or whatever, but there is the ability to build up a mass hysteria on the internet about perceived left-wing takeover. What is Antifa? What is Somali fraud, right? I don't know.
I mean, you could just talk about Joe Biden being a leftist.
Well, that's crazy. Just calling Democrats,
you could just be like,
socialists.
They're Democrats, so they're socialists. That's literally the playbook. That's been the playbook. And for years, and if you just say it over and over and over again, then eventually people are like, well, the left, they want to do socialism.
They're going to do a revolution. They're going to do violence.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you have Chris Rufo fucking monologuing like a comic book villain about exactly all of the ways he's going to lie about stuff. And everyone just is like, you got a marketplace of ideas. We have to give time for both sides. And it's like, he's talking about how Jesus fucking Christ.
Right. Sorry. Although funny enough, now he's suddenly like, what the hell? There's all these conspiracy theorists and cranks on the right now that he's been having a crisis. And it's like, dude,
no, you're not.
Dude, come on.
No, you're not.
I will say, I will say, I guess if I had one thing about this book, it would be that every once in a while, I think that Paxton sort of hand waves away and sort of discusses the left in a sort of amalgamation, sort of vague amalgamation.
Yeah,
like he'll say like the left thinks this about fascism, and it's like I don't know. I feel like you're kind of doing this you're kind of doing what I think a lot of people do, and it's just like I feel like everyone doesn't, like, people don't take into account just how non-existent the American left is. Like,
yeah. I do think, and I think that's why we're under-equipped to deal with the crisis we're in right now.
Yeah,
100%. Frankly, is because of that. Yeah.
100%. But imagine, I mean, especially when this book was written, there's like no one. Calling yourself a socialist, like calling yourself a socialist was like a bad idea. Like you couldn't do it back then. Like that was, I mean, wow, that was 23 years ago.
Jesus.
The Iraq War is happening. Everybody's got to be gung ho, jingoism, and I don't know. It just seemed a little like he kind of rushed through sort of a left analysis of this. But maybe he just takes a lot of that stuff for granted because he does seem to lean left.
I think he is a form of leftist, although he's not super explicit about it. So I think in some degree he's offering his own interpretation as a left-wing interpretation.
Yeah. You know. So which is fine. I just kind of noticed every time I saw it, I was like sometimes he talks about like the differences between like the factions on the left, like the Social Democrats and the KPD and things like that. But sometimes they get sort of, there's just these references to a sort of vague left.
Yeah, cohesive left-wing thought.
Talk to me more about that.
Well, and to also, when it comes to his formula of like the dictatorship against the left, he's definitely using left in a very vague term, because anything that has a whiff of cosmopolitanism is the left for you know or Nazis.
I suppose to a certain extent, though, I can sort of excuse the kind of hand-wavy way he sometimes talks about the left in this book, because it's not about them. It's about
I get it. I was looking for literally anything. I was like,
since this is a book of popular history and not like
I gotta do both sides. I gotta meet the fairness doctrine. I gotta find one thing.
So the revolution, the fascist revolution, begins once in power, not leading to power. You know, that's what I mean by they seize power after they take power. So they turn their toehold into a dictatorship. And the main plot line, you know, going forward here is that massive illegal action is taken by fascist leaders, and the Allies are still crucial, but they only need to acquiesce.
They don't need to support it. They just have to not stop it.
So in Germany, we get the Reichstag fire on February 28th, 1933. Which was, Reichstag was set on fire, a kind of like Parliament building. For a long time, it was believed that the Nazis set the fire themselves. But nowadays, scholarship has pointed to the fact that, this young guy did in fact do it. Young radical of kind of somewhat left leaning, probably did it. Yeah, communist. Okay, a Dutch communist as the one who set the fire. Likely that's the case. And Hitler took the opportunity, you know, and seized power.
I choose to believe that it was that they framed him for based on like no evidence.
You just think that's funny.
It's not even funny. I just want them to be bad.
There's more stuff that happens that will do that work for you.
A very diplomatic way of putting things.
What was it that he said it was like in the intro, he was like talking about the wielding of advances in technology, and it was like let me find it real quick. It has been suggested that old-fashioned pogroms would have taken 200 years to complete what advanced technology wrought in 3 years of Holocaust.
Jeez.
So speaking of they do bad things later. And that's that sort of wielding of that modernism and advancement in technology. That's the Wolfenstein
mechanization
shit.
there's your flash forward for where this goes. But
I'm pretty sure people know where the train's headed right now. Oh God, that was a really bad slip of the tongue there.
Hindenburg authorized new elections on March 5th, and Nazis directed their terror toward leftist voters. Nazis still didn't get a majority, but doesn't matter. Hitler's chancellor, right? So the Nazis proposed the Enabling Act, which allowed Hitler to govern by decree for 4 years. They needed a 2/3 majority, which they got. And with a lot of help from the Catholic Zentrum. So the Catholic Party there helped them out a lot. Cool.
Named Center.
Hitler dissolved all the political parties and established a one-party dictatorship. Here we go. And since they were doing a lot of their violence against Jews and Marxists, the conservatives turned a complete blind eye to this, even blind eye to the first concentration camp being built at Dachau. The Enabling Act would be extended by decree in 1937 and then extended indefinitely in 1942. Yeah, so, but party zealots wanted more from Hitler now that the dictatorship was established. They wanted access to jobs and to the spoils of this new revolution, right? And the SA leader, Ernst Röhm, tried to transform the brown shirts into an armed force, which alarmed the regular army. And so Hitler had Röhm murdered on the Night of Long Knives in June 30th, 1934. So this is also interesting. He's not letting the brown shirts be too powerful. They have to kind of be at the same level of power as the army. You know, that's kind of, they're not going to replace the army. And a lot of what goes forward here is a lot of these like parallel organizations where like Nazi organizations get official party recognition and they'll do the same job that a government office or something does, and just both will exist. There's like a lot of redundant stuff.
Yeah. Because they talk a lot about how, I mean, like we talked about, you know, Mussolini made the trains run on time or whatever, even though he didn't.
Yeah.
There's this idea that fascism is like efficient or whatever, but it's like, actually, no, it's massively inefficient. I mean, like you end up, you know, allocating resources to parallel things. I mean, shit, the SS was essentially its own military alongside the military in, you know, in Germany during World War II. Like that was dumb, and they shouldn't have done that.
But it was very necessary for fascism to work.
Yes.
You know what I mean? This and you know, because you try to merge one of those, you're either going to piss off the military conservatives or you're going to piss off the party line, the Nazi party.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that similar tension plays out in Italy here, where he had a much more gradual revolution after power. You know, they passed some election laws and had like black shirts patrolling outside. There was like these bizarre voting laws that I'm not going to get into, that they were trying to like limit the vote in weird ways. And, you know, slowly eroding power, but they kept ending up in kind of that stalemate, that you know, parliamentary deadlock. And of course, the conservatives didn't remove Mussolini. They kept him in power. Even after he murdered a fucking Italian socialist, Giacomo Matteotti. There we go. So, you know, they kind of just kept tolerating him as he eroded at things. But the fascist militias, they got really pissed off at Mussolini for not just taking power. And so actually, interestingly enough, Mussolini, unlike Hitler, he didn't like play his cards right or whatever. He had like, you know, black shirts show up and say, dude, just fucking take power or we're going to cause chaos. So he actually got pushed into doing it.
Yeah. I mean, it's sort of a similar thing that happened with the king. You know, the king was like, oh, they're going to cause chaos, I better. And then Mussolini should have long knifed them.
Yep, but no, he gave aggressive speeches promising vigorous action. He mobilized the militia units and began closing down opposition papers and organizations, arresting members of the opposition. So over the course of 2 years, spurred on by an attempted assassination on Mussolini, he passed a series of laws for the defense of the state that strengthened power of the administration, replaced elected mayors with appointed officials, censored press and radio, reinstated the death penalty, gave fascist unions a monopoly of labor representation, dissolved all parties except for the fascist party. And by 1927, they became a one-party dictatorship. So it's much more gradual. You know, the Nazis had like a crisis and seized power. in 1933. Mussolini, it took like the second half of the 20s, just kind of eroding democratic norms.
Yeah.
And, shutting down opponents. Now, interesting takeaways from the seizure thing here is there's one way that fascists can come to power that never works out for those fascist movements, which is having a different successful fascist nation prop them up.
Yes. Because you just look weak.
Well, you look weak, and also Hitler found that traditional conservative elites were just like more useful as puppet states anyway.
Yeah.
You have some examples. So we got our returning from Norway here. Vidkun Quisling was, the fascist leader of Norway. He had very little authority and occupied Norway, and Hitler pushed him aside for the most part and opted for Nazi rule directly in Norway. He gave Quisling the meaningless title of minister president and gave him no independence. I did not know that the insult Quisling comes directly from this. So that's fun. Yeah, I didn't realize that.
Like
that's
I said,
funny.
He's Europe's Benedict Arnold.
Yeah. He's a pretty pathetic guy.
Yeah.
Occupied Holland, held on to King Christian X, and had Austrian Nazi and had an Austrian Nazi lawyer kind of in charge, but not a Danish fascist leader. So, the French National Assembly voted full powers to Philippe Pétain. Go listen to that episode if you want to hear about that. But he was never really a proper fascist in this sense, right? Because he was more just an old school authoritarian who borrowed Nazi rhetoric and stuff. Especially because like the actual Nazis, and I shouldn't say Nazis, the actual fascists in France didn't like Germany. Because, as we talked about in this, Germany was like the arch nemesis of France. So like it was really difficult to have a French fascism that was pro-German.
Yeah.
France and Germany being enemies is so funny to me. Like, I know they're just like historic enemies, but it's just like, you're all Germanic at the end of the day. like one of you just sounds fancier because you happen to be closer to Rome. Like,
that's true. Slovakia had a similar thing where they had an authoritarian rather than a fascist. Hungary kept Admiral Horthy in power. And then, one case where an actual fascist movement got brought into power was in Croatia. Holy shit.
The Ustasi are not good.
Ustasi. Yeah. In 1941, they took power under the leadership of Pavlik. The Nazis kept them in power because as a fascist movement, and even the Nazis were appalled by the Ustasi massacre of an estimated 500,000 Serbs, 200,000 Croats, 90,000 Bosnians, 60,000 Jews, 50,000 Montenegrins, and 30,000 Slovenes. So
even the Nazis were like, okay, guys, calm down.
Whoa, dude.
Yeah, that's another one. We just don't know. We don't get taught enough about how out of pocket the Balkans got during World War II. It's because it's just not a thing that we read about or learn about as much, but it was pretty wild
bad
there.
Yeah. The Eastern Front in general also is, we'll get to the horrors of the Eastern Front later here.
They never really recovered.
Yeah, as we kind of see.
Yeah.
There's a shorthand type is taking seconds over minutes. She's listening into the Venus line. She's picking out names. I hope none of them are mine. But you tease, you flirt, and you shine all the buttons on your green shirt. You can please yourself, but somebody's gonna get it. Never said I was a stool pitch. I never said I was a diplomat. Everybody is under suspicion, but you don't want to hear about that. 'Cause you tease, you flirt, and you shine all the buttons on your green shirt. You can please yourself, but somebody's gonna get it. Let us send a begging letter to the big investigation. Who put these fingerprints on my imagination? You tease.
Well, let's go to stage 4. The actual exercise of power, or as I've labeled this section, the assholes are in charge now. So, what does it look like when they're in charge? It's not good, I can tell you that. So, Paxton likes to use Ernst Frankel's concept of the dual state here, which although he kind of elaborates and builds off of it, but the basic idea was framing Germany's governance as a dual state between the normative state and the prerogative state. The normative state is those legally constituted authorities and traditional civil service. They apply laws according to due process and bureaucratic norms. The prerogative state was formed by the party's parallel organizations with no rules outside of the whims of the ruler and the gratification of party militants. So both states exist in a conflict-ridden but workmanlike cooperation, which creates a bizarre mixture of legalism and arbitrary violence.
It's that whole that kind of saying of, conservatism has two classes: ones that it protects but does not bind, and one that it binds but does not protect.
Yes, exactly. So that's where the normative state is plays the role of doing that, essentially. Yeah. And then the prerogative state does whatever the fuck the dictator wants.
Yeah.
I mean,
the job of the normative state is to leave them be.
And this is what we were talking about, is like, that's why you have the army, but you also have the SS.
Yes.
Because
the
SS enforces the rules of the prerogative state.
Right. And and ICE is an interesting question because on some levels it's normative and on some levels it's prerogative. I think so when we're talking about what's happening in the US right now, I think something I think is interesting is asking who are the brown shirts, who are the black shirts. Mm-hmm. And I think now the obvious answer is ICE. But I think part of it is because of how, and it's stupid. We live in a stupid time, but in how online everything is, I do believe that the level of street violence isn't how things happened in the same way in the US. I think it was predominantly through online engagement.
Yeah, through posting.
I think part of the problem was that the brown shirts were posters and now they need them to have guns. And so I think part of what's going on with ICE is them getting rid of as many barriers as possible to get all the freaks and weirdos to join ICE to make them into some proper brown shirts.
Yeah. Yeah. And before we had, the fucking Bundys who were trying to be proto brown shirts, but it didn't work because they actually did believe things. They believed wrong things, but they did believe things. And now they're just going for anybody who's willing to at least rhetorically assent to violence against whatever outgroup they have decided to designate this week.
Mm-hmm. So kind of building off of this normative versus prerogative state kind of thing, Paxton kind of zooms out to say that there are 4 elements that are pitted against each other and forged during a fascist dictatorship. So you have the fascist leader, the party, the state apparatus, and civil society. This is a 4-way tension that gives regimes their blend of activism and shapelessness, is the cooperation and tension between those 4 things. So he kind of structures this chapter where he does okay, here's the tug of war between these different kind of impulses. So you've got the tug of war between the fascists and conservatives, right? Conservatives thought that they could control Hitler and Nazism and then weren't able to. So to dominate conservatives, Hitler established that one-party state. Conservatives occasionally would push back against his foreign policy, but Hitler was able to slowly kind of remove commanding officers and stuff like that were, going against his orders. So a lot of this was about keeping the conservatives in line. This was a big part of both regimes here. Mussolini was way worse at this. So the normative state was much more powerful in Italy than in Germany.
Which is interesting and weird because he talks too about that Mussolini was actually a diligent and hard worker, and Hitler was kind of this chaos devil who would just say 5 different things in a day, and just leave it to other people to figure out what to do. Now, on some level, that meant that Mussolini got just like too in the weeds to actually be effective. But it is interesting that the fact that Mussolini like worked as much as he did not end up giving him that kind of like personal prerogative control over the apparatus of state in Italy as Hitler did. Although I suppose you could say at the same time that Hitler's like personal control is maybe a little bit overstated because of the very nature of his chaos.
You have the quote. I was gonna bring this up, but yeah,
go for it. He'll go for it.
While Mussolini toiled long hours at his desk, Hitler continued to indulge in the lazy bohemian dilettantism of his art student days. When aides sought his attention for urgent matters, Hitler was often inaccessible. He spent much time at his Bavarian retreat. Even in Berlin, he often neglected pressing business. He subjected his dinner guests to midnight monologues, rose at midday, and devoted his afternoons to personal passions, such as plans by his young protege Albert Speer to reconstruct his hometown of Linz and the center of Berlin in a monumental style befitting the Thousand-Year Reich. After February 1938, the cabinet ceased to meet. Some cabinet ministers never managed to see the Fuhrer at all. Hans Mommsen went so far as to call him a weak dictator. Mommsen never meant to deny the unlimited nature of Hitler's vaguely defined and haphazardly exercised power, but he observed that the Nazi regime was not organized on rational principles of bureaucratic efficiency, and that its astonishing burst of murderous energy was not produced by Hitler's diligence.
So I do think it is really an interesting parallel to have this absent dictator that's really interested in some architecture projects.
And he's looking at the architecture. He's playing golf. He's out just like he's remember when he was telling people to stop bringing him the to shorten the briefs, the presidential briefing. He was like, it's too much. I ain't reading all that.
Well, we also have a tug of war here between leader and party, which this segues into nicely, right? The committed fascists are usually somewhat dissatisfied with the leader, and that exists as like an ongoing tension, which, Hitler had to deal with the Night of the Long Knives, and Mussolini kind of gave into for periods. Yeah, so that's an ongoing part of it. There's a complicated relationship where the fascist leader wants to maintain the energy of the fascist party while not causing so much disorder that they can't govern.
Yeah, they can't be too energetic.
Yeah. And basically both of them just found over time that the most convenient thing was to ship them off to war. Like, if, it's essentially Hitler sends them to the Eastern Front and Mussolini sets his militants to Ethiopia.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Which, again, that's what they kind of do now. But it is a good way, like, hey, get the psychos out of here. Or at least not talking to me. Also, another thing, just pulling back to that quote a little bit. Also, Hitler spent a lot of his time just absolutely zooted out of his brain. On so many drugs. And you cannot convince me that Donald Trump does not do a shitload of drugs.
Well, and because of that, what you have is a lot of decisions being made where a lot of people are trying to impress and preempt what the fascist leader is doing and trying to do it for him. And especially in the case of an absent leader like Hitler or like Trump has been, you have people kind of who've gotten the style down. So they're just trying to do what they think he would like.
What's going to make daddy happy with me?
Yeah. And then when he comes in and intervenes and gives party line on X or Y issue, they just kind of adjust to it then.
Yeah.
Hence Iran or whatever. Right. But, but until Trump is given something official or until Hitler is given something official, everyone's just trying to kind of guess what their vibe is and what they would like.
Because it is a vibe. It's like it's an aesthetic almost.
You also have this tug of war between party and state here, which was essentially just the kind of matter of like fascist parties want to take over the existing like they want to take over the civil service, they want to take over whatever, but also like to maintain order. The leader wants to keep some of those people still in the civil service, and so there's like an ongoing struggle there about how many party people do you let in versus how many people do you maintain from the existing order.
I liked this. Many German police felt that the Weimar Republic coddled criminals, and Hitler was making police more prestigious. By 1937, the annual congratulatory police day had expanded from 1 day to 7.
A 7-day celebration of
we love the police. I saw that when I saw the stuff about the police, I was just like, oh my god, I can't keep doing this. I feel, because sometimes it feels a little lib to be like, this is fascism, you know?
Yeah.
But then you it's just so right there in your face.
Fascism,
it's so bad. It's fascism. It's like, and I keep laughing because it's so absurd. I can't help but laugh because it's so fucking horrifying.
Well, and I mean, this chunk is really a horrifying chunk because the reality is the fascists, especially in Germany, didn't really need to replace as many civil servants as you would like to think.
I was going to say, like,
no, everyone just went along.
Yeah, these quotes that you've got about the judiciaries in both Germany and Italy are like, okay, so Italian judges were fine because there was already political interference in Italy, and that was just the norm. Okay, yeah, and the German judiciary was like overwhelmingly conservative because that's who had been appointing them for all of this time, and they just went like, yeah, fine, whatever. We'll take all of this power that you're willing to give us by just assenting to Nazi rule.
It's getting cliche at this point, but like, yeah. What do you, I mean?
And then, one of the most haunting little things here was that German medical professionals cheerfully cooperated with the Nazis, cheerfully cooperated with them, since biological purity efforts were in line with many of their notions about public health. Oh my God.
Yeah.
This is where a lot of the, this is also a big nexus for, the progressives. This is why the Nazis were progressives, because they were also doing because progressives were big into like the eugenics and stuff like that, and race science and things like,
that's true.
But that there was that's like a big thing. That's like a big like Dinesh D'Souza type beat.
No, yeah.
Of like, this is why actually the Nazis are leftist.
Right. Well, yeah, and a bunch of child welfare professionals welcomed Nazism. Like, like a lot of stuff we associate with liberalism now, but like, I don't know. I think something that I think is different than in the US than in Germany was, so like, Paxton says that the party state conflict was the most easily settled of all tensions in fascist rule. I don't think that's fully true about the US. It's true about like defense agency stuff, I think. But like, I think when you get into like child welfare professionals, when you get to medical professionals, when you get to, this wasn't a thing as much at this time, back then, but is bigger now, is like environmental agencies, stuff like that. They are not as cooperative with this turn, and I do think that's causing problems. Yeah, that's true. Maybe this will come, but I do think like we're in a different place, like when it comes to medicine, for instance, where like that's why they had to put RFK into that position, because I don't think the medical establishment was going to go along with this stuff as easily.
Yeah, they needed
it just has there's a different orthodoxy around what public health means now.
Yeah.
They have to satisfy the party, because a lot of the party got a lot of like, not the actual Republican Party, but like the fascist party in the vague sense, got mobilized during COVID.
Yeah.
So like public health's the enemy this time around,
Yeah. They want us all to be sick. That's reductive, but whatever.
I'm gonna not spend a ton of time on this real quick, but there's also this chunk about whether or not the people supported fascist regimes or whether they were terrorized into support. short version, Paxton's answer is it's a little of both.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of treated as one or the other, but it's kind of both.
Yeah, and again, it's kind of similar to what we talked about in Eye of Vichy. The French just sort of kind of went along with a lot of this stuff. Again, they get too much of a pass, and a lot of people, like we were saying, like you knew what was going on. You don't get to say you didn't know. You did go along with it. Now, maybe you went along with it because you were scared, but you still, you knew and you went along with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to decide how much of this. I think the only thing on this stage I want to zoom in on is the fascist revolution chunk here.
Okay.
So going to the question here of like the revolutionary nature of fascism, it's kind of weird because they left a lot of the social order intact. So they're not really a revolution in the traditional sense of that meaning. And, a lot of the revolution was limited by the disappearance of many radicals during the period of taking root and coming to power. But on the other hand, there was a serious revolution because what the kind of revolution fascists wanted was a revolution of the soul, not a socioeconomic one. They were fulfilling their group's destiny. And for that purpose, they needed armies, productive capacity, order, and property. And they would force productive elements into submission or transform them, but they never abolished them. So there was a massive shift that happened, but it was much more like consolidating all the existing things around this one national aim, Yeah.
That's like, Hitler Youth and basically all of their propaganda, it's like moving everything towards this sort of one defined, goal or outcome or whatever, trying to make everyone this one kind of thing, the Volk, if you will.
Yeah. Well, and this was also important for them too. Yeah. It was like, trying to, change the nature of the person more than change the structures. And so, they focused a lot on child, formation of youth was a big part. So the Hitler Youth, right? And the idea was, just to have like a, like every stage of your life, you're part of a different type of fascist club or organization or something. And so by the time you're an adult, you've been completely thoroughly propagandized into this movement.
Yeah.
And so, this kind of lines up with the complete collapse of private and public spheres entirely, which is a big part of where there was, this is where the revolution happens. This is the stuff where Paxton has like a very, tepid relationship with the totalitarian thesis. He's like, there's certain aspects of it that are useful in talking about this stuff, the way they tried to ingratiate themselves into every little bit of,
of your life,
daily life. But totalitarianism is just like not usually a very useful lens to look at a lot of this stuff. And I'm inclined to agree with him on that. I think, it kind of papers over major differences between different types of dictatorships and stuff. Oh, and then, Nazi economic radicalism is interesting too, because like sometimes they would be fighting with businesses and sometimes they wouldn't. And it was really mostly around like, trying in some part to keep the party satisfied and those who had more of the socialist commitments. But really it was also about like, I don't know, like it was always it was a national revolution, not a social revolution. And so like whenever they were seizing property, it was like, we're going to seize Jewish property and give it to Germans. It was stuff like that. Yeah. That's kind of,
Yeah, and their radicalism on economics wasn't nearly as radical as it sometimes gets made out to be.
Yeah.
It was okay for you to have a lot of money as long as if the state asked you to jump, you jumped.
Which is, I love whenever you hear a German company name. You gotta ask.
Yep.
What were you doing
in the 40s?
What were you doing
and then we got when I heard Allianz, I was like,
oh yeah.
Yeah, right.
Well, okay. We're talking about here. I mean, I I have deep contempt for personal-ish reasons at insurance companies. So I would like to note that Paxton notes that within the Nazi regime, insurance companies ended up accounting for 85% of business.
Holy shit!
Insurance flourished in the Nazi regime, including getting lots of policies on the slave labor factories in Auschwitz.
Dude, the actuaries were going crazy.
They were going
The adjusters were just cleaning up. That's so crazy. It got them enough money to build a nice soccer stadium for
Bayern.
for Bayern.
Oh, that sucks.
Speaking of problematic institutions in problematic places in a problematic country.
Bayern Munich, Real Madrid.
Yep.
Just like always. Damn.
Both of the Milan teams and Juve.
Yeah.
And Lazio. Or Nazio as they are now.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyway.
So, here, okay, there's a nice way to wrap up this chunk about whether or not it's revolutionary, and we can move to stage 5. But, quote, fascism was revolutionary in its radically new conception of citizenship, of the way individuals participated in the life of the community. It was counter-revolutionary, however, with respect to such traditional projects of the left as individual liberties, human rights, due process, and international peace.
Just those.
Yeah. It's so funny. It's like, oh yeah, they were revolutionary in all the bad things, and they were counter-revolutionary in all the good things. Okay. Yeah. All right. I think I don't like this fascism. I'm not a fan of it, is my main takeaway from this book.
Only a few quibbles.
I'm kind of with you there.
I'm glad we kind of all come to that conclusion at the end.
I do not care for this fascism.
Before this book,
it does not spark joy.
Before this book, it was up in the air.
But now I'm sold.
I'm a general manager of a large establishment. They pat some supplies on the back and put some to the rod. But I never thought they'd put me in the good squad. They've come to look you over and they're giving you the good squad. The ones who come out to play and then say goodbye.
Well, here's stage 5. The assholes slowly kill themselves. Or the proper term, the long duration during which the regime chooses either radicalization or entropy. So to look at entropy real quick, basically there's two options here for a fascist regime. It can either do a headlong, inebriating rush forward with an ever-mounting spiral of daring challenges driving toward a final paroxysm of self-destruction, or you could just become a normal, boring authoritarian state. These are the options. Yeah. So the examples of becoming boring authoritarian states and, ambiguous on their fascism because of this are Spain and Portugal. Both of them kind of had a fascist movement, helped win power to this authoritarian regime, and then eventually they kind of just crushed their fascist movements and just kind of ruled. Just like, I'm in charge now. Okay, bye. You were useful. Now you're not. Bye.
The Spain section was interesting because his thing is, spoiler, he doesn't think Franco was exactly fascist.
No.
But which of course, like having, I really like Orwell's homage to Catalonia, and and Paxton says this too. It's like, going to fight Franco in the Spanish Civil War was like the first wave of anti-fascism. So, and when you read Homage to Catalonia and you hear Orwell talk about fighting the fascists, it's like, I don't know, like everyone called them the fascists, they were they were helped by the fascists. At what point are we really just splitting hairs?
I think the meaningful difference is what came of it is that they found the fascists useful and then they pushed them aside.
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm like, look, if the people on the ground fighting them are like, we're fighting fascists, I feel like that's like,
I think they're both true. I think they're both true. They were fighting fascists, the fascists that were fighting on behalf of an authoritarian government that would betray them once it took power.
Yeah.
So I think it's both are kind of true here. All the stuff for fascism was there in Spain, but the authoritarian conservatives won. Yeah. That's kind of the thing. Yeah. Okay. How about headlong, inebriating rush forward with an ever-mounting spiral of daring challenges driving toward a final paroxysm of self-destruction? How about that? How'd that go?
That sounds like a Fall Out Boy song.
Oh my god,
that's my favorite. Yeah,
that's a fucking
early
that's
Fall Out
definitely
Boy
a Pete
song.
Wentz title.
Yeah.
So, according to Paxton, Nazi Germany is the only fascist regime to experience full radicalization, because the prerogative state kind of gets unleashed, especially in the Eastern Front.
Yeah. And also with Hitler's, declining sanity and stability as the war, goes on. That didn't help things.
Yeah, Mussolini preferred stability a lot more, and he would just kind of unleash his radicals when they were useful and then rein them kind of in. But Nazi Germany let it all fucking go nuts with the Eastern Front, especially. So the kind of spiral of radicalization comes out of war and the whole thing of talking about like the party trying to impress the leader. That's kind of like a contributing factor to the kind of spiral of radicalization, right?
Yeah.
And everyone just kind of gets drunk on doubling down on this project.
It's sort of like that one-way ratchet I was talking about. You have to keep outdoing yourself. And be the most Nazi, the most fascist, the most Republican. Now you just got to do it harder than anybody else is doing it.
Yeah. And then this gets made crazier because as they're conquering land in the Eastern Front, they're putting party militants in charge of areas in the Eastern Front where they can go nuts and do whatever the fuck they want. Yeah. And this essentially culminates in the Holocaust. I mean, that's kind of where this all is going, right?
Yeah, it's the logic of it all. We have an enemy. We need to take them out. This is how it must be done.
This is, I think, the most haunting chunk of the book, I think, is the stuff on the Holocaust. I mean, partially just because of the subject matter, but I think because he really does do a good job of step-by-step showing how it just radicalizes, how it starts from, okay, we're oppressing Jews in this way versus this way. We're limiting their rights. We're doing this. We're putting them in concentration camps.
Yeah. We're limiting them to certain areas of certain cities.
Again, I'm kind of speeding through some of this, just cause we've been going long, but the thing that I think is really unique about what Paxton says here, or maybe not unique, but it's just not how I'd thought of it before, is that so much of the Holocaust was the result of resettlement efforts broadly. So like the Holocaust is in a lot of ways the really fucked up byproduct of the broader project of transporting populations around Europe. So the idea was we conquer land in Eastern Europe and then we settle Germans there.
And just kind of broadly nationalist stuff, like we were, we mentioned before general nationalism. Okay, well, now you have a country that is run by this, nationality. That means other people need to leave.
And where do they go?
That or become, whatever the dominant nationality is.
I'll say it.
Go ahead.
I'll say it. What does that remind you of? Just taking people, moving them, and then moving your people onto that land and into the fucking houses that were owned by those families. In Palestine. It's.
I mean, we'll return to this question actually at the end of the book here, because he does bring that example up. But yeah, I mean, so what happened on the Eastern Front essentially is, they'd conquer these Eastern European areas. And initially, as that being kind of the frontier, that would be the most convenient place to put the concentration camps and to put the people that they were deporting out of Germany there.
Yeah, send them to the periphery.
As they begin to conquer more land, the Germans see this new open front in the Eastern Europe as the new place, to settle. And so then large chunks of, like ethnic Germans are transported into Eastern Europe in newly vacated lands. And eventually, there's kind of a traffic jam of interlocking population movements. And, it relies on an ever expanding frontier. What happens in the 40s during, World War II is that the Nazis hit a point when they cannot expand anymore because they lose against the Soviet Union.
Mm-hmm. And so then as they're retreating, well, now we have to get rid of people.
Yeah. And, some of the earliest massacres and stuff like that. A lot of it was done through the medical establishment. There was a lot of the mobilization of ideas of public cleanliness or whatever in this context. And I mean, we all know where this goes, right? The what he calls the dress rehearsal of euthanasia, or dress rehearsal of the Holocaust, was the euthanasia of the incurably ill and insane Germans.
Yeah.
And the second dress rehearsal was the work of the squads charged with executing political and cultural elites of the invaded countries. And eventually those started to be the squads that were in charge of killing Communist Party leaders, Jewish leaders, and eventually the Roma, and then and from there.
Yeah, there's also, kind of as we were saying, the radicalization or whatever, like it starts, a lot of this killing starts manual and becomes mechanized.
Yeah.
Because, well, one, probably because it was too horrifying for people to just do it constantly. They just literally could not keep doing it that way. So you need to mechanize it so that you're doing this exterminating at a remove, at some sort of emotional and even potentially, in their own heads, moral remove. Like, I didn't pull the trigger. I just flipped a switch and the gas did that.
Well, and yeah, so then here's where we start to get here. The third dress rehearsal to him was the intentional death of millions of Soviet prisoners of war, usually worked or starved to death. And then Zyklon B was tested on 600 at Auschwitz on September 3rd, 1941. And that would start to become the thing, right?
Yeah.
Part of this was more willingness to murder as blockages, emergencies, and crises, throughout this trying to transport populations around and running into more and more issues made Jews seem like an unbearable burden to administrators in conquered regions. And, the failure of the plan to settle Jews in Madagascar, Eastern Africa, or Russia eventually opened the way for the final solution, which was, extermination, mass executions. Started with, gunfire, and then eventually Zyklon B, carbon monoxide, etc.
The carbon monoxide one is one that has always kind of gotten me. They just essentially just turn on a car.
Fuck. Oh, when they fucking piping the exhaust fumes into the car is just
all of them are terrible and bad, but that's one that has kind of always stuck out to me as like, wow, that's really cruel. Yeah. They all are obviously, but
obviously all of them. But like sometimes you hear one and you're just like, God damn, like they.
Yeah.
The industrialized killing centers were constructed outside the reach of the German normative state and of German law, which was important for a lot of this, right? Is by building them in Eastern Europe or whatever, they were away from anything that might try to check them. And I think at this point it's useful to remember the concentration camps that are getting made in this country right now. While some of it's happening in the normative state, you also have examples of like, why am I blanking on the name of the concentration camp in El Salvador?
Oh yeah. I know which one you're talking about, and I can't remember the name either. But yes, yeah. And hey, prerogative state. Like they have sent people there that the courts have explicitly said you're not supposed to do that, and they go, "Lol, the plane's already in the air."
And then when they're like, "You have to bring them back," they're like,
"Well, no, we don't." You have cases of have there been a number of times now that elected officials have tried to see inside of these camps and been pushed out?
Yeah, that's happened multiple times.
I mean, this is it, right? It's happening within the borders, but maybe just because the country's bigger, you're able to maybe allow it to exist outside of the normative state while still being in the U.S. border.
Yeah,
and
Because like, who's going to check what's going on in Wyoming?
Right.
Yeah. Or I mean, like, it got a lot of press, but the fucking the one in Florida.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Alligator Alcatraz.
Yeah.
I hate that they gave them names. Like, that's so.
I know, it's so fucked and
so evil. It's so
like,
snidely whiplash evil too.
Yeah. And you're also you're also doing it in a place where the line is very blurry between normative and prerogative state, because you have someone who is basically completely bought into the bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Like it is like handing, like, that state being in control of DeSantis is sort of like handing over the handing the reins to Himmler.
Yeah.
It's like,
or Goebbels. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, knowledge about the Holocaust inside of Germany is kind of a complicated question too, because, the Nazis did their best to avoid, kind of try to keep the mass murder of Jews hidden from the German public, but also soldiers would go to the Eastern Front, they would do things and come back. And there were a lot of people going to the Eastern Front coming back. And they would bring back photographs of mass executions, sent pictures home to their families and girlfriends. So it essentially was a thing everyone knew was happening, but was not allowed to be acknowledged in the same way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's sort of like those, those postcards of lynchings in the United States too. It's like, well, yeah, everyone knows this is going on. They might not be directly participating in it, but we know this is happening, and there are a lot of people who think it's fine. This shit's like heartbreaking to think about. It really is.
Yeah.
There's also, of course, in Mussolini invaded Ethiopia, and this is where kind of his equivalent happened, where he sent the radical elements over there. There was similar, racial discrimination and stuff like that kind of was instituted there. A lot of this was much more similar to colonial violence. Not that that's any better, but it was an occupation, and the fascist excitement didn't hit the same crescendo, in part because Mussolini doing this happened prior to World War II breaking out.
Yeah.
And so by the time,
weren't quite as successful.
And they weren't as successful. And so World War II was like really exhausting once it happened with Italy. Like, they were already kind of exhausted from the wars in Africa, and eventually just like really couldn't maintain the same level of control and full radicalization. Now, one important note here was the the brief Salo dictatorship, which was, when Italian Civil War broke out, in 1944, 1945. And, it was like Nazi instate, like Nazis took over Italy briefly, right? That's what the Salo Republic was.
Republic, quote unquote.
Yeah, right. And it sought revenge against the traitors to Mussolini, so it executed a bunch of people who voted against him. And then the Salo Republic was explicitly anti-Semitic because it was a Nazi project. So then it began to participate in the Holocaust.
Yeah, and Mussolini was nominally in charge, but everyone knew at that point, the orders are coming down from Germany at this point. It's also probably a decent part of why it ultimately didn't work. Sort of like what we were talking about, you can't impose a fascist dictatorship upon a country. It just kind of doesn't work. Once Victor Emmanuel fired Mussolini, Mussolini now loses legitimacy when he tries to do this thing with the Salo Republic and the Nazis, because everyone knows, well, you're being propped up and you've been installed by an outside power. This wasn't us that did this. And two, you're rebelling against the king that you just were working with.
The whole project kind of proves itself to be a lie at that point.
There's enough internal contradiction there that it can't sustain itself.
So that's radicalization. I guess some big takeaways here are that expansionist war lies at the heart of radicalization. It's really important. And this is why I think the evidence that Trump is a fascist really does lie in his actions in Venezuela and Iran right now, because despite how much isolationism is what brought him into power, on some level or another, it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. Even if that's what he wanted, even if that's what he believed, it wouldn't be sustainable to maintain this. There's too much bloodlust.
Yeah. And it requires an outlet somehow, which is why we've got, and they're already talking about like what they're going to do to Cuba next. It's like, what? Just leave, dude.
Right?
Like, just leave.
You've already done enough.
Good Lord. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, we've already messed up enough of the world. We don't need to keep doing it. Good Lord.
So that's radicalization here. That's kind of, eventually it all barrels to suicide, radicalizing increasingly until it just, the whole system collapses under not being able to have any sort of normative state or whatever. And, if it gets there, that's what it looks like. It's just glorious suicide. So that's okay. Those are the stages of fascism. Now, this is a part I'm going to brush past, but I will say, if you read this book, you should definitely pay more attention to this chunk than we're going to, because again, we're going so long. The fascism outside of Europe in the 20th century is a very interesting chunk. So he looks at a lot of various fascist movements that have happened both either outside of Europe or outside of the like early 20th century, I guess, is kind of like the post-war world. What does fascism look like? The quick version is that a lot of Western Europe, obviously because of the legacy of World War II, they, had these like legacy fascist movements that kind of remained after that, but no one gave a shit about them and they barely had any power. But there was a fascist resurgence that occurred in the 80s and 90s.
Mm-hmm. And even to a certain extent today,
I think that trajectory comes to today. I think that's and when you zoom out a little more than he was able to in 2004, I think that's the
you've got the takeaway here. You've got the Lega Nord. You've got he brought up, why am I blanking on his name? Milosevic. He brings up Milosevic and the Yugoslavia falling apart, and I think, if I'm remembering it correctly, he kind of talks about how Milosevic essentially, he ends up kind of being like a Franco type situation, except he lost a lot faster than Franco did. But like riding the tiger of fascism until like actually getting power and then just being a boring, murderous authoritarian.
Right. Yeah. So you had a lot of these Western European parties that are neo-fascist that kind of, slowly prey on the next economic crisis, which was the 1979 oil crisis and kind of all of that. And so that's what allowed them to kind of start mobilizing this stuff again. Although interestingly, a lot of fascist movements after this start embracing neoliberal economics more. Which I think is interesting. Like, they lose the socialism, which I think again answers the question of whether or not, what we're seeing now is fascist or not. It's like, well, yeah, fascism doesn't even ape socialism anymore. It apes populism.
Yeah.
But not socialism. And then, Eastern Europe, there's a lot of fucking, fascists. in the post-Soviet era. And so, yeah, he looks at the Yugoslav wars, especially with Milosevic, but then also he spends some time on Croatia. I'm blanking on the name of this guy.
Tudjman.
Oh, Tudjman. Yeah. And, in a lot of ways, he aped, they resurrected the Ustasi emblem and, also really leaned into the fascism thing as well. So, yeah, because of the horrors of Milosevic, a lot of what happened with the Greater Croatia project gets overshadowed, but it was honestly more in line with, if it had gotten more power, it could have been so much worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talking about the way that the Tories in the UK, because Thatcher just turned really hard right, without being explicitly like racist, the way that fascists kind of need to be. It sort of stalled fascism's momentum in the UK for several decades. But now you've got it's looking like Nigel Farage might be the next prime minister, which is just
reform is going crazy.
Yeah,
they're doing really well.
Yeah, it's just horrifying prospect.
I mean, Labour is toast.
Yeah, but the Conservatives apparently are too. So that's
no. I know. I'm just saying. Labour has been toast. Toast for a long time now
since Blair.
Yeah. Green is whatever, and Reform's just eating up. They're fucking. It's bad.
It's bad. We also have stuff in Latin America. This I'm gonna really brush over, but I do
South Africa.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. South Africa. Oh yeah, of course there's fascism in South Africa. Yeah, they had a bunch of Nazi influenced movements because the Boers, man, they're fucking. Yeah. But no, Latin America. I'm going to brush over Latin America because we just do not have the time. It's a really interesting chunk. But his main takeaway is, as much as these movements, lots of movements in Latin America stole some fascist aesthetics because they thought they were cool or whatever, most of them were just pretty traditional authoritarian Latin American dictatorships. There's kind of a, there's a specific history of the military junta in Latin America that was easy to pull from without having to go into the whole proper fascism thing. The closest you could really get is Perón in Argentina, is what he points to. But even then, he actually was more proletarian and kind of more socialist than a fascist would be,
It's interesting, like you're saying, it's definitely just more close to just typical authoritarian and authoritarian populism. Pinochet in Chile is adored by the right over here, making jokes about giving people helicopter trips and stuff, but Pinochet wasn't really a fascist. He's just an asshole.
No, he's a thug on behalf of capitalism.
Yeah.
It's, which, a certain Stalinist read would just say that's fascism, but, Paxton would say it's more complicated than that. And then there's the chunk on Imperial Japan again, which, Chris, you said you disagreed with his take on it, but essentially was that it was fascism from above, that the fascism from below movements got crushed.
Yeah, it's a mild disagreement, I think, where on this one, Paxton and I are disagreeing in kind, but not in type, I think.
Yeah.
I think Imperial Japan was pretty fucking fascist, but if you wanted to split hairs and quibble, then I wouldn't think you're an idiot.
There's the chunk on the USA. So as he'd mentioned, the KKK were kind of a proto-fascist movement. He also points to the Native American Party of 1845, the Know Nothing Party of the 1850s. Native American, to clarify, is nativist. This predates the use of Native American in that sense. So don't,
I almost forgot about Father Coughlin. God, that guy was nuts.
Yes. And then, yes, Father Coughlin is actually what he found to be much more, more more dangerous than there were fascist sympathizers in the 30s, but they were using a lot of Nazi rhetoric, which just obviously didn't play once we joined the side of the Allies.
Yeah.
And so what's much more dangerous was the revival of the Klan in the 20s. And then like people like Charles Coughlin and Huey Long, although he was more of, again, kind of like Perron, more of a share the wealth demagogue, a
he wasn't
really,
not really a fascist, not really.
Yeah.
It's just monumentally corrupt.
Yeah. So he's looking at a lot of little things that like hint of it, but never quite of go there. And then he kind of goes on to speculate, what would fascism look like in the U.S., which I think in some sense, the takeaway from this chapter for me is that Paxton is pretty convinced that if fascism were to arise, there's two places it would probably happen. And this is where I'm like, damn it, Paxton's really on the money. It was the U.S. and Israel. And so when talking about the U.S. here, he says, the language and symbols of an authentic American fascism would, of course, have little to do with the original European models. They would have to be as familiar and reassuring to loyal Americans as the language and symbols of the original fascisms were. Hitler and Mussolini, after all, had not tried to seem exotic to their fellow citizens. So no swastikas in an American fascism, but stars and stripes and Christian crosses. No fascist salutes, but mass recitation of the Pledge of Allegiance. These symbols contain no whiff of fascism in themselves, of course, but an American fascism would transform them into obligatory litmus tests for detecting the internal enemy.
Yeah, or the national anthem before every fucking sporting event.
Mm-hmm.
And he points to the reaction after 9/11 as something that, he's nervous about, but not sure what to make of yet. He's writing in 2004.
Yeah.
And then, with Israel here, he kind of puts it like, well, he goes into this kind of thing about religious fascism, whether that's kind of possible in the same way, where like you mobilize people around a religion rather than around nationalism, and basically lands at like, it's probably possible, but the problem is, religion is not, as malleable as nationalism is. And so eventually you start running into like the values of that religion, which will start to brush up against the shapelessness of a fascist government.
Yeah.
And I think an interesting note here is, well, okay, if there was going to be a religious fascism, perhaps a deeply postmodern form of American Protestantism that's mostly a series of signifiers and not a series of values.
Yeah.
Could perhaps be that a deeply individualistic relationship. It's a relationship, not a religion, Yeah.
And it also, your point there kind of rolls with, post 2016, there's now been a lot more people self-identifying as evangelical, but then also at the same time saying that they don't believe in God. And that they don't go to church.
Yeah.
Like, I don't believe in God, but I'm an evangelical. It's like, okay, so that's what?
Why?
But it's because evangelicalism is now a cultural signifier. It's an in-group opposed to various other out-groups. And so, anyway.
And then, he points to, if a religious fascism is possible, one must address the ironic potential for fascism in Israel. It certainly has been able to erode any sort of democratic tradition over the past few decades. When he's writing this in 2004, he's like, whatever existed of a democratic tradition there has been eroded predominantly in an effort to fight Palestinian nationalism. The concept of the chosen people can be mobilized in a similar way to the master race.
And not just can be, but is currently now. Yeah.
Like
anytime you watch, those videos of settlers, kicking Palestinians off and the way that they talk to the Palestinians whose land they're taking. And it's like, it could be just a straight 1-for-1 substitution with something that people were saying during World War II, during the Holocaust.
Absolutely.
It's genuinely horrifying.
Well, I'm going to blow through this final chapter here because it's, so then we get to the final, okay, what is fascism thing? But I think we've laid out a lot of this. He lists a lot of interpretations that he finds insufficient. I'm not going to go through them all. I do recommend reading this, though. Again, read the whole book, but I think this final chapter is really great, where he just kind of knocks through all of this stuff and just is like, yeah, a lot of the angles of how we understand fascism don't work in dealing with all of the history we've just laid out here. And then he goes on to make some boundaries. So he distinguishes fascism from classical tyranny. He distinguishes fascism from military dictatorships. And he has the most subtle distinction, which is often where people kind of bump up against Paxton's work. And some of our objections have been a little bit in this way, which is fascism versus authoritarianism. That's a really fine line. But he does think there's a difference, and a lot of it relies on whether or not they're mobilizing, a mass enthusiasm around the movement.
And I do think that's definitely a good distinction to make and to hold. Like, it does require some sort of mass buy-in.
And authoritarian regimes don't tend to reduce the private sphere to nothing, which is the goal of a lot of fascist movements. So fascist movements will invade the private in a way that a lot of authoritarians won't. Yeah. Because authoritarians don't give a shit if you believe or not believe, just fucking obey.
Yeah.
Fascists want you to believe. Yeah. They want to transform who you are. So, okay, blasting through all that. What is fascism? We got it. Definition time.
All
Fascism may be defined as a form of political behavior marked by obsessive preoccupation with community decline, humiliation, or victimhood, and by compensatory cults of unity, energy, and purity, in which a mass-based party of committed nationalist militants, working in uneasy but effective collaboration with traditional elites, abandons democratic liberties and pursues, with redemptive violence and without ethical or legal restraints, goals of internal cleansing and external expansion. Boom.
And if you want to know what that looks like, watch any Mel Gibson movie.
Yeah. Oh, that's some fascist art right there. Yeah, so fascism consisted neither of the uncomplicated application of its program nor of freewheeling opportunism. It's between the two poles of ideology and cynical pragmatism. It has aims, but it's willing to change its program fluently. And then he goes through the mobilizing passions again, which I won't reread. We talked about those earlier. The ones that we were yelling check to. And then I'll read this final quote, and then we can wrap up here. Fascism, according to this definition, as well as behavior in keeping with these feelings, is still visible today. Fascism exists at the level of stage 1 within all democratic countries, not excluding the United States. Giving up free institutions, especially the freedom of unpopular groups, is recurrently attractive to citizens of Western democracies, including some Americans. We know from tracing its path that fascism does not require a spectacular march on some capital to take root. Seemingly anodyne decisions to tolerate lawless treatment of national enemies is enough. Something very close to classical fascism has reached stage 2 in a few deeply troubled societies. Its further progress is not inevitable, however. Further fascist advances toward power depend in part upon the severity of a crisis, but also very largely upon human choices, especially the choice of those holding economic, social, and political power. Determining the appropriate responses to fascist gains is not easy, since its cycle is not likely to repeat itself blindly. But we stand a much better chance of responding wisely if we understand how fascism succeeded in the past. And that's the book.
Yeah, and I think that's a good mic drop. But when we talk about the severity of a crisis, we've been in a constitutional crisis for, I personally think, literally decades now. The Supreme Court,
my entire adult life.
The Supreme Court decided who was the president back in 2000. So I think we're in trouble.
Well, and I mean, it was kind of a putsch that decided that. Exactly. I mean, not to get into the whole. Yeah. So, I mean, what stage do you guys think we're at?
Well, I think we're in stage 2 right now, probably.
I think we're in 3.
Yeah, 3 probably. Because 2 was Trump 1.
Yeah, I think 2 was, that was they got rooted in the political system in 2. 3 was the seizure of power. I think we're past taking power happened, and now we're at the seizing power. So it's like the difference between becoming chancellor or a Reichstag fire. Like, we're waiting for the Reichstag fire. And maybe I think it's happening more like Italy, where it's happening slow. It's a number of little crises.
Yeah, that are adding up.
Because, I mean, I was really worried the assassination of Charlie Kirk was about to be Reichstag, but that didn't go there. But it did lead to some stuff.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Surprisingly, the attempted assassination on Trump didn't really do much to move the needle, which I thought was interesting. I really thought that was going to be bad.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be real bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is interesting how the stages sort of blur together, because like there is a little bit of that power being exercised to a certain extent. But
well, like he says, you can move to stages and fall back, and I think we're in 3, kind of occasionally brushing up on 4, you know. And we'll see where it goes from there, and hopefully it dies there.
Yeah,
you know.
I hope we don't get to stage 5. That would.
Well,
that would
are
really
we? Are we going to have a fuck the blank?
Fuck the fascists.
Yeah. I mean, fuck the fascists.
Is the obvious one. So yeah.
But before we do that, Jake, it's your turn. Yeah. What are we reading next?
Well,
we need a drum roll. We forgot to do a drum roll last time, and that's tradition. So.
Oh yeah.
All right. Drum roll,
please. Okay, we are going to read. Oh wait.
Come on, let me see it.
Okay, come on, camera, you can do it. Matt Christman's Civil War.
Right.
No pasaran.
Okay, no pasaran. Okay,
no pasaran, which is Matt Christman's Spanish Civil War.
Hell yeah!
So I've been meaning to read this, and I feel like we've got a theme. I feel like we go like the way we move between books is pretty thematic. So
yeah. Weirdly, I think this all got kicked off with invention of decolonization initially. Led us to this this era of history. I bet. Yeah, we're hanging out in the 20th century now.
Yes. Yeah. But you know, I mean, I was talking earlier about how I'm a big fan of Homage to Catalonia, but my Spanish Civil War knowledge isn't super great. So
same.
You know, there's a lot of acronyms. I know that from all the different parties that Orwell talks about. But I think this will be really interesting. And, you know, regardless of what people think of Chapo Trap House, I think that Matt Christman's
really he's great. I think he's
like a genius. He's so smart.
Yeah. I think regardless of how you feel about the podcast, I think Matt is definitely the brains behind the operation.
Yeah. You know, he's also just a really inspiring person. Like, I don't know if people have listened to his like streams and stuff like that. Like he has a whole podcast called the Grill Stream, where it's just the stuff from his streams, and some of it's like really you know, inspiring stuff that he goes through, and really interesting stuff that he talks about. There's a really nice forward in this book from their producer Chris Wade, talking about the process of making this, and Matt's stroke, and him working through recovery on that. So you know, the plan was for this book to be a multi-episode podcast. And with the stroke, they weren't able to finish that, and so they finished it in book form. That is why this book exists. So I'm looking forward to reading it, and you know, I think it'll be good.
Nice.
I see the phrase concise and extremely readable, and I do love that. I do love that.
It's short. If you look, it's
my god, we might be able to get through this pretty quick. Yeah,
and if you look, the way that it's, the camera is like not doing a good job, but you can see that the margins are actually quite
yeah, they're pretty big.
large.
Oh man. Hell yeah.
Margins are large. So yeah, hopefully it's nice and easy and interesting, and we learned something about how shitty fascists are.
Hell yeah. Yes. More on that. Yep. I'm excited. That'll be fun. All right. Well, do you want to say our fuck?
Yeah. Say our fuck.
All right. We'll do it on 3.
3, 2, 1. Fuck the fascists. Yes. All right. Thank you, everybody, for listening. Hey, thank you so much for listening to today's episode. If you like what you heard, make sure to leave a review on Apple Podcasts. It helps out with the algorithm. And if you really like what you heard, consider supporting the show on Patreon. And one of the benefits of supporting this show on Patreon is that you get your name read out at the end of every episode. So, without further ado, this episode is brought to you by our lovely patrons, who include I am once again Philip Cozy, I drink corn syrup, yum, Vita Breva, Apakai Brodagam, Caleb Sutton, regular size horse, parentheses small, Kyle Gannis, Moss, The Worst of All Possible Worlds, Stephen aka Spike Stonehand, Gavin Aronson, Joseph Gross, Robert Eilman, Attention Francis, Shy, Randy Sutton, Josh Christensen, Caleb Butler, Alex, Frankie Teardrop, Martha Zumak, Benjamin Rawls, Eden Friedenberg, Ian S., James Lunt, A.A. Ron, Grouchius Marxius, Ruthus Truthus, Electron Shed, Jacob Dallas, Kitty Sparks, Dr. Shockmaster, Lord Zed, Ellie, Evan Jones, Nathan Thiessen, and of course, Chris Barker. Thank you so much for listening to today's episode, and I will see you later this month.
If it takes them to tear the fascists down. But when I think of the ships and the men going down, and the Russians fight on across the Don, there's London in ruins and Paris in chains. Good people, what are we waiting on? Good people, what are we waiting on? So I thank the Soviets and the mighty Chinese vets, the Allies, the whole wide world around. To the battling British, thanks, you can have 10 million Yanks if it takes them to tear the fascists down, down, down. If it takes them to tear the fascists down.